goddesses. And again, nothing is fact, it's myth, it's folklore, and it's just personal preference, okay? So please don't take it as fact, it's myth. It's stories that have gone centuries by and been passed down, and nothing's fact. Nothing. But the lunar goddess is a central figure to many mythologies in different cultures around the whole world. The moon is associated with the divine feminine. She descends from higher spiritual realms into the physical world. She comes to bestow her blessings, guidance, healing, her grace. She embraces her direct participation in your life, will help you bring balance and harmony in yourself. The lunar goddesses, they are seen as the absolute manifestation of the divine feminine. Honoring her glowing presence creates a sense of calmness and peace. She helps us to see the wholeness within ourselves, let's say. Regardless of the different sort of traditions and the practices, the lunar goddesses, they're very universally seen as the manifestation of feminine energy, clarity, compassion, that unconditional love. Tend to lead us on a journey of self-discovery, healing, and inner peace. In her presence, we can be in enlightenment with physical and spiritual realms. She can help us unleash our true potential and find our inner strength. The spiritual practices of a lunar goddess are obviously practiced at the lunar cycle, and it does vary, but even though it varies, you can see how they do all intertwine together too. Everybody's got different beliefs, like I say, and there's different ones, but you can see the interlinks. So let's look at the ancient Greek myth of Selene. She's depicted driving her yellow, glowing chariot, powered, well, they say yellow, but probably more gold, powered by beautiful white horses pulling the bright moon across the sky every night. Her powers include the ability to ease childbirth, inspire love, mask reality, and pierce illusion. She also has the powers surrounding dreams and intuition, visiting people in their dreams, providing guidance. Selene is known for a fierce draw towards creative expression, yearning for sensual activity, and the energy that surrounds heightened emotions. She fell in love with Endymion, a mortal man who was granted immortality by Zeus. Endymion was put in eternal sleep in his cave upon Mount Etmos, and Selene would visit him every night. She personifies the moon. The different phases of the moon represents life's balances and changes. The different constant changes that we go through life is represented in the moon. And then there's the fact that the Titans, I think it was Hyperion and Theia, are the parents of Selene as well. They were her parents. But Selene is probably an older one, and more recently I've not come across anybody that practices anything towards Selene, but the story of how the sun dies every evening so that the moon can live because he loves her. So that's the kind of thing we're dealing with in that kind of story aspect. And it like I say, it's just, it's myth. Artemis, obviously the daughter of Zeus and Leto, and the twin. She was Apollo's twin, remember. She's protector of animals, spends most of her time with the animals in the forest, but she also symbolizes pure focus and healing. She is the Greek goddess of hunting, wilderness, and the moon. She is seen wearing a crescent moon, a sort of a crown on her head. She is the virgin goddess and is sworn to never get married nor lay herself naked with a man. So therefore she's seen as a pure goddess of the moon. The probably the younger, if you put them into sections of, maiden, mother, and crone, then you would definitely have Artemis as a maiden, mother and crone, maybe Selene the mother and Diana the crone, but it kind of depends. You could switch them up, I suppose. But yes. Diana is Roman mythology. She's goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld. Identified with Artemis, she is said to communicate with wild animals and control their movements and behaviors. In ancient Roman religion, she is considered to be the goddess of chastity, however, was revered by women for help during conception and childbirth. Her symbols are a bow and quiver, the hound, and the deer. Working with lunar goddesses means you go by the cycles, so full moon, new moon, full moon to dark moon. It's all about when's the right time for you, but then you've also got to think, what goddess do I need for this particular phase of the moon? So people would generally just praise and compliment how beautiful she is, thank the moon for lighting the way on the darkest of nights. When we look at a new moon, it generally is the beginning of a cycle in our lives, and we can shed things to begin anew, end things to start something new. It's all about honouring her, saying a prayer, lighting a candle, reading poetry, meditating, yoga, anything that connects you with the divine feminine or the sacred feminine, recognising patterns that are not in alignment with your highest good will help you realize how better you can be, and this will raise your vibration. Having an alternate image for a lunar goddess it's a good way to it because it gives you something to focus on. You focus on that particular area, that energy. Candles that are lit are generally white to represent the radiance of the lunar goddess, and usually there are crystals such as quartz and such, just because, again, they signify clear purity. But there's many that are used. You can invoke, obviously, visualize, become engulfed in the energy, express unconditional love and compassion, let go of any energy within you that's really not needed. But the main thing is to express gratitude and be thankful and look at you as a person deep within yourself. What habits could you change? What things about yourself could you improve? Where could you improve this in your life? That's what it's about. It's all about looking at ourselves and raising our vibrations. But those are just 3 typical lunar goddesses that people generally associate with lunar cycles, and they're all used at different times. But again, with Diana and Artemis, there's others. Selene is rarely used. There's many others, of course, but those are the ones that I can say I know of, sort of. But remember, it's not fact. It is myth and stories. So thank you for listening. I appreciate it very much, and many blessings. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Please hit the like, share and subscribe because it really helps. On the Dark Goddess, we're now on Circe, and I love Circe as a goddess. She's a goddess of magic in ancient Greek mythology, and her personalities and attributes reflect the common ideas pertaining to witchcraft. She was definitely well practiced in the art of using herbs for magic and healing. Circe is also seen as a moon goddess and a goddess of degrading love. Circe in mythology was the daughter of Helios and Perse. In some accounts, she's known as the daughter of Hecate. It just depends. Circe appeared in many ancient Greek texts. Hesiod's Theogony, the description of Greece, that was by Pausanias. The Liber and the History by Diodorus Siculus. The most well-known account of Circe comes from Homer's The Odyssey. According to Homer, Circe controlled the forces of creation and destruction with the mere braids of her hair. She is my favourite goddess. It's believed that Circe took residence on an island, and this island, it's a fictional island, after being exiled by her father in the island of, now it can be pronounced in a few ways, Aiaia or Aiaia. It just depends how it's pronounced, but it's A-E-A-E-A. So, however you want to pronounce it. There she built her own palace. She developed her sorcery skills. And there are very few explanations as to why she was exiled. The most common was said that she murdered the Prince of Colchis, who at the time was her husband. Very few dared to venture to Circe's island, because Circe would cast spells on her visitors, transform them into animals. So she lived alone on the island with docile animals who were once humans, victims of her magic, it is said. While returning home from the Trojan War, it was Odysseus and his men that landed on the island, and the men split into two groups. The first group of men, led by the warrior Eurylochus, went to explore the island, while the second group stayed at the shore with Odysseus. The first group came across Circe's palace. She invited them inside. She offered them food and drinks. They consumed it. They were then turned into pigs, but Eurylochus escaped and informed Odysseus about what happened, and Odysseus decided that he wanted to save his men. When he was on the way to Circe's palace, the messenger god Hermes had revealed to Odysseus the antidote to Circe's magic, a magical herb called moly. And that's what Odysseus used. He didn't turn into a pig despite eating Circe's enchanted food. He then persuaded Circe to release the spell and restore his men to their original form. Afterwards, the men enjoyed their stay on the island so much that they spent a year there. When it was time to leave, Circe gave them advice on how to avoid dangers. Circe had 3 sons with Odysseus: Andreas, Latinus, and Telegonus. There's another story to this. I'm going to tell it you. If you are triggered by stories that are upsetting regarding sexual assault and such, please do not listen from this point, because it does involve a little bit of this, but it's a different version of the story. So Circe was condemned to Aia because she was part goddess, but not completely full goddess, because she was part witch, and they were scared of witchery. She seemed to have some sort of power that made the gods fear. So Zeus did exile her to Aia, or however you want to pronounce it. And on that island where she was sent to, she did have animals. They weren't humans, but they were animals, and she got on very well with the animals. She had wolves padding about. She used, she had a loom, and she just gained her knowledge upon her herbs and everything, and kept herself to herself on this island. Now, when the teams found the island from the Trojan War, Odysseus was not the first to arrive. It was his other group of men, and she trusted them, and she let them in. And they attacked her and degraded her because she was a woman on her own. But I will put it like this. Only one got the upper hand and tried to attempt to sexually assault her because she did turn them into pigs with her magic. And all it required was one word. You see, she did enchant their food with something that would turn them into pigs, but she didn't need to use it if they were nice to her. If they were decent people, she wouldn't use it. Of course, these were not. And they did look at her with that look, and one of them pinned her up against the wall, and he was going to sexually assault her. And she turned them all into pigs. So when Odysseus did finally arrive, he did realise that probably the pigs were the men. For some reason, he knew this, but for whatever reason, Circe and Odysseus ended up falling in love. Odysseus was married back in his home place where he lived. They had one son, Telegonus, and unfortunately, he didn't really get to spend time with his dad or anything like that because he went back home. Now, as Telegonus got older, he decided he wanted to go looking for his dad, but there were trials and tribulations along the way, and that's because Circe had turned her cousin into a somewhat hydra creature that lived in the water, and they had to pass her and things like that. But he eventually got past her. They did all they could, and he got to his dad. And unfortunately, the blade that was used to poison the beast serpent accidentally ended up touching his father, and that killed his father. Then Telegonus brought back his dad's wife and son to Circe, who took them in open arms, and eventually they got to know each other, and they got on very well. And in an unlikely event, Telegonus ended up staying with his stepmother of his father, and Circe's mum left with the father's son, and they ended up becoming a couple. And she did a spell and drank a magic potion to make her nothing but mere mortal, so they could live the end of their life together as normal people. But that's a different story. None of it's true. It's just myth, but I wanted to share the other side of that story that I've heard. So Circe was described as a fair-haired goddess. Usually she had a wand or a staff, and she could transform her enemies into animals. She's eternally young and beautiful, has the ability to shapeshift, and can appear in any form that she so chooses. Her colours are black, white, red and gold. Her plants are the oak, mandrake, the willow, and enchanter's nightshade. Animals are pigs, lion, wolf and falcon. Her symbols are the ocean, a wand, a rod, and the wind itself, because she controls all that moves, obviously, like the wind and stuff like that. She controls all this. So I like Circe. She is one of my most favourites. And you can work with her when you're wanting to learn about herbs or magic and things like that. She's definitely one of the goddesses that's strongly associated with magic, witchcraft. The things that she enjoys are bay leaves, lavender, belladonna. She's more of an original witch, so that can come through as an almighty sort of ally when it comes to learning witchcraft. You can call to her for cord cutting, root cutting, toxic relationships, herbalism, healing, because she's the queen of herbs, potion making, because she's very skilled even in the more advanced potions. Always leave her some of your potion though, just to say thank you. That helps a lot, obviously. It's important to leave her something behind, but she's my favourite, and there's a lot of mystery surrounding her, but yeah, those are the different stories and stuff associated with Cersei, and she's definitely one to work with regarding the craft. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Hit that like, share and subscribe because it helps. So let's talk about Medea, another favourite of mine in the Dark Goddess realm. So the goddess Medea is the great witch of Greek mythology. She's primarily associated with witchcraft and herbalism. And if we look at the origins and the myth, there's different accounts of her parents, but she's typically known as the daughter of King Aeetes of Colchis, and Colchis was a kingdom on the eastern shores of the Black Sea. From the perspective of Greece, Colchis was considered a foreign and uncivilized land. Medea was the niece of the sorceress Circe and the granddaughter of the Greek sun god Helios. Medea had learned the arts of sorcery, magic and herbalism from her aunt Circe. She could manufacture tinctures, poisons and potions. She knew all about the magical properties of different herbs and the ways to use the right plants for the right healing. Medea was referred to as the Wise One, and she was a priestess in the temple of Hecate. Some of the ancient sources that mention Medea include Hesiod's Theogony, the Argonautica, and histories by Herodotus as well. Obviously, we'll look into her a bit more as we go forward. We're going to look at Jason and the Argonauts, which is the Argonautica writings. Medea was extremely well known for her role in the myth of Jason and the Argonauts. According to the myth, Medea helped Jason to reclaim the kingdom of Iolcus by obtaining the Golden Fleece. The kingdom had been taken over by Peleus. Peleus was the uncle of Jason, who had unlawfully claimed the throne from Jason's father, Aeson. Peleus told Jason he would give back the throne if Jason brought him the Golden Fleece. The Golden Fleece was in the possession of the king of Colchis in Asia Minor. Thus, Jason embarked on a quest to retrieve the Golden Fleece in Colchis. The king agreed to grant Jason's request only if he completed the task given to him. The king had set a supposedly impossible task for Jason. He could get the fleece if he ploughed a field using bulls and bronze hooves and flaming breath, and sowed dragon's teeth into the soil. Then he had to slay the warriors that immediately sprouted from the dragon's teeth. When Medea, the princess of Colchis, saw Jason, she fell in love with him and decided to help him get the Golden Fleece. Jason promised to marry her in return. Medea prepared a magical salve that made Jason invulnerable for a day. This allowed Jason to accomplish the task, but the king still refused to hand over the Golden Fleece. Medea then charmed the dragon that guarded the fleece into sleep. Then she and Jason grabbed the fleece and orchestrated their escape. They decided to escape to Greece, and while trying to flee to the homeland with Jason, Medea killed her own brother, which is quite sad. To delay in the father's pursuit, of course, that's why she killed him. When Jason and Medea arrived in Jason's birthplace in Iolcus, Thessaly, they discovered that Peleus had killed Jason's father. Jason and Medea decided to take revenge. Medea told Peleus' daughters that she could restore their father's youth if they cut him into pieces and put him in a cauldron with magic herbs. That's what she said. To convince them, she cut an old ram to pieces and put it in the cauldron with magic herbs, boiling the hot cauldron, and out did spring a lamb. So the daughters did as Medea asked. However, Medea purposely held back the magic herbs that could rejuvenate the king. Thus she tricked Peleus' daughters into unintentionally killing their father. Medea and Jason were forced to flee once again. They went into exile in Corinth. There, Jason eventually abandoned Medea and married the princess of Corinth, which is very sad. Upon Jason's betrayal, Medea became furious, as she had left everything, betrayed her family, killed her brother to help him, and yet he dishonoured her. In an act of revenge and vengeance, Medea sent a cursed dress to the princess Glauce. As soon as Glauce put the dress on, it burst into flames, burning her alive. Her father rushed to save her, but he too burned to death. There's several conflicting versions, the aftermath of the death and the father that died. I think the father was Creon. In some versions, Medea is demonized and portrayed as a vengeful partner who killed her own children to spite Jason. While she was indeed vengeful against Jason, tales about her murdering her children were criticised by those who referred to her other versions of the myth. In the other version, Medea left her children on an altar of Hera Acraea, I think it was, and her children were stoned to death by the citizens of Corinth. And it's said that Medea eventually married Achilles and lived in the underworld. So yeah, there are two different versions to that story. Both sad though, both sad. Medea, correspondences with Medea are red, yellow, black, juniper, olive, aconite, plants, animals, dragons, snakes. The herbs are sage, lavender, and the symbols are a crown, cauldron, and a leaf. Medea is one to get close to if you want to practice herbs and things like that. She can help you gain knowledge in the various plants, maybe even get close to the various entities that come with the plants and such. But she can also aid in a few other things. It's not just a knowledge of herbs, and it's also, she has wisdom, so she can help you gain wisdom, not just of plants and herbs, but of nature in general, because nature has very powerful healing properties. She's very intuitive and she knows spirits, therefore you can invoke her to aid with that. She does represent something powerful but dangerous, so you have to be careful when you turn to Medea. When you turn to that energy for help, do be careful. The things that you can offer to her: wine, frankincense, milk, honey. She likes bronze artifacts. She likes dragon figurines and any artifacts of witchcraft. She's extremely good for justice and vengeance. She does provide protection from harm, even from snakes, apparently. But again, also, she's a really heavy energy, and she can definitely sort of be strong and overpowering. So you have to be really careful when working with her. But that really goes for any energy, I suppose, but this one in particular, because she does have that slight edge regarding vengeance. So yeah, there's the myth and the tales of Medea. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. We're still on the Dark Goddesses. Please hit the like, share and subscribe because it does help. I'm sorry if I sound different. I've had a cold, so that would be why. And remember again, people don't always read the description, so I'm just going to put this in, that I am not saying this is fact. I am saying it's myth. Greek mythology mixes more than anything, but it's just myth through time and stories, and you can do your own research. Nothing's fact. It is all just myth for entertainment. Bear that in mind. So Nyx is one of the eldest goddesses in Greek mythology. She is thought to be much stronger and older than Zeus. She's the personification of night, hence why she essentially is the goddess of night. Nyx emerged near the beginning of time. She was born from the void of chaos, meaning she is a primordial goddess. The daughter of chaos, and there was a brother as well, Erebus, the god of darkness. And she appears in many Greek poems. Nyx lived in the depths of the underworld, Taratus, associated with suffering and darkness. Nyx had 2 children with Erebus. This was Ether, and that was the god of day, and the other one was Hamara, the goddess of light. We also know another name for the goddess of light. In fact, we know a few other names for the goddess of light. That's, like I say, this is in Greek, and it's from poems. She had quite a lot of other children, though. Eris, goddess of discord. Moros, the god of luck. Keres, the goddess of violent death. Thanatos, god of death. Hypnos, god of sleep. The Wandarai, that was Morphus, Isolos, and Phantasos. They were the god of dreams. It was like the triple goddess, but in god form. Then there was Momus, the god of blame. Janus, the god of old age. Oasis, the god of misery. Nemesis, the goddess of divine judgment. Aphilotes, the goddess of friendship. Apate was the goddess of deception. And then we have the Moirai, and they are the goddess of fate. They're also the triple goddess. And Hesperides, the goddess of spring and sunset. So right, just from that, Nyx's children, we look at a complete change in some of the goddesses and gods' names, or let's say they have different names but have the same aspects. So did names change through time? Who knows? It's very confusing when you have so many different names that pop up through history. Nyx is held in the highest respect by Zeus because once Hypnos tricked Zeus and put him to sleep under Zeus's wife, so Eros, that's Hera, under her orders. Upon waking up and realizing what Hypnos had done, Zeus chased Hypnos, who sought refuge under Nyx. Zeus let it go. Not wanting to anger Nyx, she is the only goddess Zeus is afraid of. Nyx, in her physical form, is a beautiful woman dressed in black, surrounded by a dark mist. In ancient arts, she was sometimes represented as a winged goddess with long black wings and crowned with dark mist. She's also been depicted as a charioteer. When the sun sets, she leaves Tartarus on a chariot to cover the day with darkness. Her sons, Hypnos and Thanatos, accompany her on her journey. In the morning, she returns home to Tartarus, and her daughter, Hamara, the goddess of light, would remove the darkness and turn night into day. Nyx represents the beauty of the night, but she can also bring the terrors that come with it. Nyx also has powers of prophecy and is well known for her oracles. The general colours are black and silver. Animals associated are nocturnal creatures, bats, owls, black cats, black horses. Symbols that represent her, stars, black veils, crescent moons, dark clouds. Drinks for offering, red wine, dark tea and black coffee. Stones and crystals, agates, moonstones, blue sandstones, hematite, and also labradorite. But remember, you can use any stone. One particular stone won't be better for another, it's personal preference. Nyx will aid you in seeking clarity in your thoughts. The stones can be used for such things as stress or protection from bad dreams, so the agates and the moonstone as such. Usually you perform a ritual at night. She is the goddess of night after all. Planting flowers that bloom only at night are very special to Nyx. She can bestow her blessings or withhold her grace. Depends on the situation. She has powers over everything related to night. Mystery, surprise, dreams, fears. Nyx shall come to help us connect with the true power that lies within us. Life is not always bright. She teaches us to embrace the darkness, create more balance. Truth often hides in the darkness. Only when we embrace the darkness can we find the truth. If you were to have an altar for Nyx, for example, black cloth, moon art, black feathers or dark feathers, star symbol, a moon symbol, or even jewellery with them on are fine. The Empress or the Moon tarot card, and any dark or even black candles, they're all good for working with Nyx. And there's also the other side, the fact that it is believed as well in some of the mythology, Nyx walked with very large wolves, not necessarily hellhounds, but they were the wolves of the underworld where she came from, so they were very big wolves. So any kind of black wolf symbols, they're always good as well for Nyx. But that is a slight mythology regarding Nyx. So yeah, thank you for listening. Remember, it's not fact, it's myth. I'm just sharing because I enjoy doing that. And many blessings. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Hit that like, please, and share. Subscribe too if you don't mind, it really helps. So, shall we get to Lilith? When we do Dark Goddesses, there's a lot, so much myth and stuff where Lilith's concerned. I was brought up in a different way, and I was brought up to believe that Lilith was the first woman, but she was just a, kind of dominant woman, and she didn't want to follow orders and stuff. But anyway, and that's just personal, that's just how I was taught. It belongs actually to Jewish mythology, and she's one of the goddesses of transformation. Lilith embodies sensuality and unbridled freedom. Her nature is that of darkness and mystery. Very sensual is Lilith. The earliest account of Lilith comes from ancient Babylonian texts, where she is described as an evil spirit, a winged demon. This version of Lilith spread through many cultures, Syria, Israel, Egypt, and Greece, ancient Anatolia. Legends in Jewish folklore suggested that Lilith was Adam's first wife. The two were created at the same time. Unlike Eve, Lilith was not made from Adam's body. Adam and Lilith were created in the same way. They were fashioned from the soil. So Lilith was conceived as the original woman. God created Adam and Lilith, not Eve. Lilith was before Eve. Lilith was bold and independent. She refused to accept an inferior role. She was always wanting to be equal. She didn't want to live under Adam's authority and to be submissive to him. She wanted to be equal with him, and Lilith, being Lilith, confronted Adam, which led to an argument. When Adam insisted Lilith remain under him, inferior to him, Lilith transformed into a screeching owl-like creature and flew away from the Garden of Eden. I mean, that's just, part of the myth. Now it is believed also after that she went into exile near the edge of the Red Sea, and God sent 3 angels. And what was, I think, and don't quote, I'm not 100%, Senoi and Samangeloth. They were to find Lilith after Adam complained to God. In her exile, she returned to her wildness. She was free to be her true self. She wasn't subdued anymore by anyone, so she was absolutely free. Lilith copulated with demons, giving birth to thousands of demon children. She didn't want to come back to Eden. God punished her by causing 100 of her children to perish daily. Since Adam was struggling with loneliness in the Garden of Eden, God created Eve for him. Thus, Eve became the first woman to be called his wife, man's companion. Easy to control. Anyway, the story I was told about Lilith was that, yes, she didn't want to be controlled. She just wanted to be equal. And that was just unacceptable. So she got removed from the Garden of Eden. She wasn't a demon, though. She just went back to the wild, being the wild woman that she was, and had no constraints. So, yeah, she didn't get wings or fly away or anything. She just was a wild woman. But that's just my story. It's not, none of it's fact anyway. So if we look at Lilith and feminism, because she is the first feminist, by the way, true feminist. I don't mean those that, I mean a true one. She's one of the most polarizing figures in mythology. Until the late century, she was a source of fears and myths, portraying her as a stealer of babies, a seducer of men. In Jewish tradition, she was referred to as a demon and a thief of newborn infants. Of course, in the movement, 1960s, Lilith, that's a feminist movement, Lilith was transformed into an icon of freedom and rebellion for independent women, claiming the goddess was unfairly demonized by early Jewish culture for not accepting Adam's dominance. Feminist theologian Judith Plasko, I think, the coming of Lilith had a role in the whole shift, apparently. Anyway, regardless of what myth says being a demon or whatever, she's not actually evil. Rather, she's a ferocious power of a woman. She was scorned for seeking equality. Lilith is a figure of empowerment who goes against the patriarchal structure. Attributes you will find associated with Lilith are uninhibited sexual energy, unapologetic rage, unapologetic anything actually, to be fair, fire, passion, wilderness, freedom, independence, being untamed. There are lots of correspondences to Lilith, like the apple, the pomegranate, red wine, chocolate, owls, snakes, cats, red and black colours, obsidian, onyx, black, moonstone, jet for crystals, plants, mugwort, patchouli, Rose, Deadly Nightshade. We can learn from women though. Now, often many women were associated with evil, the underworld, the devil, and sinful, in life throughout history because we didn't do as we were told. Basically, in a lot of myths and old time legends, they were portrayed as the evil witch, the femme fatale that speaks her mind and does whatever she likes. Well, Lilith embodies all of that. Crazy, strong-headed, and bold. She's the female symbol of complete rebellion. Do bear in mind how I was brought up was in a coven situation. This was the chosen thing we worshipped. You might start to realise that when I tell you this, what I'm going to tell you. So, if we look at the fact many of us are afraid of putting ourselves first, because as a woman, we worry. We're meant to care for others all the time and blah, blah, blah. And we can be labelled as selfish. If we put ourselves first, we can be labelled as inconsiderate. We're meant to just take care of others. And it can feel difficult to go against the grain, something that's been embedded within us. Lilith doesn't take any of it. She didn't agree to subservient ideas, and she wants us to do the same. This is where I was conditioned to be like, but anyway, point is, while in the past the image was frowned upon, in the modern world, such as female role models are far more popular now and attractive to both genders. Lilith is no longer feared. She has gained her place among society's vision of females. She may appear harsh, even rude sometimes, but she's always honest and true to her own nature. She won't sugarcoat the truth. She won't go around in circles to speak her mind. She's direct, she's fierce, and she's bold. Lilith's dark divine energy is present within us all because we are born of earth. We are born of the elements, and she was born of that too. She represents the raw feminine power, and when you work with that energy, you start to awaken quite rapidly inside yourself. Sexuality and liberation is one of the main raw feminine powers, and she's considered the first feminist, the first woman who knew she was equal to men. That's what that means. She is the one that asks you to connect with the powers that you've been ignoring. Become comfortable with your wild nature. Embrace the gift of being a woman. Do not allow anyone or anything to suppress that power. You have a powerful feminine essence. Do not hesitate or question when you're criticized for that. Basically, what that means is love yourself, love your body, flaunt it. We get so wrapped up in being conditioned to having us believe that it's not right for a woman to be like that. But guess what? It actually is right for a woman to be like that. If you can feel it and if it's inside you, then let it be. It's about taking back your sacred powers, becoming more assertive. Work with Lilith, you'll be able to get in touch with the most sacred elements, your divine feminine, the proper core. Bottom line, stop giving away your power. Stop allowing anyone to take you for granted. Don't let anyone suppress your feminine essence. You must also accept grief and loss by releasing and healing it. You would have to heal the rejected and wounded parts of yourself. You must be willing to travel into darkness, the shadow places within you. Shadow work emphasizes working with our inner demons, fighting the darkest parts of our persona, or trying to better ourselves. It's important to not let the shadow control you or overpower you, but, we do need to bring it in, but don't surrender completely, especially to the past. But don't push them back either into the deepest and darkest corner of your soul. Release. This way they're going to still rule over you, because in your everyday subconscious thoughts are going to be there, they're going to be hiding, and they're going to keep popping up. Don't hide your inner demons. Don't reject their existence. Start by discovering how you can tame them and keep them on a leash. There is darkness in each of us. It serves as a shield during hard times and as a womb where we go back to heal from when we have battles or fights. And that doesn't mean in a physical way, it's more in a spiritual way. Of course, it is only natural to feel fear when you kind of step into the dark at first, but remember, in order to shine a light on it, you have to burn down everything to ashes. Sometimes. And although you might feel vulnerable and you could probably feel insecure, remember that Lilith is there to push you through the toughest moments, not to comfort you with a beautiful lie. In a way, you can consider working with her as a sort of divine psychological lesson, where you uncover your long-forgotten issues and work on them with a specialist energy. So, there is different methods that you can use, and there's also like this guided meditation thing that I have done a long time, and I say I've done a long time. I've had it done from a young age for a long time. Not that I've done it for anybody else, other than those that take my classes or those that are under my coven. They're the only women that I've done that. I've not ever put it out there, so I don't intend to do that now, just so we're clear. I'm not going to bring that forward, but it's a very good way of feeling powerful, I guess. Making yourself feel powerful, giving you that factor, I guess. If you don't understand energy and stuff, then that's the best way to put it. It will give you a bit more confidence, but I don't plan on putting it out there. Like I said, it's things like that are quite personal, and yeah. I only have, well, as you know, in general, there's only 13 in a coven, so I have 12. And they know it, because they need to know it, but I won't share it on here. If you do manage to connect, and you do manage to work with Lilith, she will definitely bring forward that dormant sexual and creative energy if you have it in you. She definitely brings the feminine to the forefront, like big time. Lilith will come like a whirlwind, and she will definitely stir up your life, and she will show you the doors to true transformation. Transformation is important at different parts of our life. It can get dramatic with Lilith, because she's going to teach you all the bad stuff about yourself, all the good stuff about yourself, but she's, like I said, she's going to awaken something in you, very sexual sometimes, so just be prepared. Not in a bad way, you just have to know how to control that once it's there. Now, she's all about feminine, so anything that comes with feminine energy, that's what she's all about. But also, you need to understand that if there are relationships around you that are no good, she'll probably help you see that as well, even though that may hurt, that truth may hurt. It will be seen. And I think sometimes it's important, the truth kind of, it's one of the things, isn't it? You can definitely do an altar for Lilith, black and red mirrors, images, figures of owls, dogs, snakes, dragons, dark moon phase at late night is the best time to start invoking her. Red wine or pomegranate juice. Lilies, she likes lilies. Water. Tea, but ones from berries, or they have to be roots, they have to be natural, nothing that's manufactured, Frankincense, black salt, black or red crystals and candles. She likes song, she likes dance, she likes poetry, and she likes art. So yeah, that's why in my cabin I have that particular painting, if anybody's noticed it. And if you look at it closely, it's more than just a painting. It's a project that is a little spiritual project, I feel. But yeah, if anybody's actually noticed that, then you will have seen it. Like I say, there's different methods and visualizations, and I have ways to do it, but I'm not going to put it on here. You can also use a lot of aphrodisiac oils and aromas with Lilith as well, but do bear in mind it's going to make you feel sexier, but if it's a proper aphrodisiac, you know exactly what's going to happen. But yeah, so also work with her if you want to feel sexier, if you want to be a bit more seductive and more feminine. Call on Lilith, she'll help you do that. I was even learnt actually a sensual massage related to Lilith. Again, I'm not going to put it on here, but yeah, it's really odd the way that people, the way we're brought up all differently and stuff. It's odd, isn't it? Anyway, that's Lilith, not a demonic thing, but a woman who is unapologetic and wild. That's it, really. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. We're still on the Dark Goddesses. Hit the like, subscribe if you can, and please share because it does help. If you can do that, that would be very much appreciated. We're on Celtic goddesses. We're going to look at them from a Celtic view. I do believe there are many other, but more traditionally they are the Celtic. So the Morrigan, the Celtic goddess, her name translates to the Phantom Queen. She is known as the goddess of death and battle. She is the keeper of fate and the purveyor of prophecy. She also appears in the trinity of her two sisters, which are Babt and Macha. She appeared before major battles as the goddess of fate, and she offered a favour to both heroes and gods. Some accounts suggest that she was part of the Tuatha De Danann tribe of the goddess Danu, which is possible. She is the all-knowing. Her prophecies are never wrong, and she's associated with ravens. One of the most popular myths concerning Morrigan is that of her encounter with Cuchulainn. And that's the myth of Cuchulainn. The goddess Morrigan first appeared to Cuchulainn as a beautiful maiden when he was defending Ulster from Queen, I think it was, Maeve's army. And she's sometimes called Queen Maeve's. She's also called Queen Maeve's, and she's also referred to as Queen Maeve's. So it does depend. In between battles, Morrigan tried to seduce the warrior, but he rejected her advances. This infuriated the Morrigan, so she tried to take revenge. Morrigan used her ability of shape-shifting to transform into an eel. She swam up to Cuchulainn, who punched the eel and managed to break its ribs. Morrigan then transformed herself into a huge wolf As a wolf, she drove a herd of cattle at Cuchulainn. He responded with a slingshot and threw a stone into the eye of the Morrigan, blinding it. She transformed again, taking on the form of an hornless red heifer. She riled up the rest of the herd, managing to create a stampede towards Cuchulainn. He dodged the herd and fired his slingshot again. The stone hit Morrigan's leg, breaking it, forcing her to retreat and accept defeat. After winning the battle, Cuchulainn came across an old lady on a stool milking a cow. She was blind in one eye, with injuries to her ribs and one leg. Cuchulainn didn't recognize Morrigan in this form. He stopped. He spoke to her. She offered him a glass of milk. He accepted, unknowingly by doing this, restoring the Morrigan back to her full health and power. Morrigan met him again before his death, this time as a washerwoman, washing bloody armour. He walked past her. Though this was seen as a bad omen, he continued to go to the fight, which his enemies brung. During the battle, he was mortally wounded. With his last bit of energy, he tied himself upright to a nearby boulder in an attempt to terrify his enemies with his upright appearance. Morrigan took the shape of a raven, and she landed on his shoulder. And it was finally revealed to his enemies that he was dead, because obviously Morrigan was picking at him. Morrigan is often depicted as a hooded crone. She can also be the hooded crow or the crone. And what that means is a hooded crone is a hooded old lady. As the crow, though, she'll fly over battlefields. This is meant to inspire the fear in warriors, calling upon the souls of the dead warriors. She has the ability to shapeshift and appear as a beautiful young maiden and a warrior queen. That's where the old crone comes into place. That's the hooded old crone. But she can also appear as a raven. To be fair, she's one of the shapeshifters that can appear as many things. Those are the traditional ones, but she can appear as lots. She shows up to challenge you, teaches you to fight through pain and take necessary action without inhibitions. She will not hesitate to use force when it is needed. When you feel Morrigan's energy, you must open yourself up to the messages she may send you, and these may be many. The Morrigan corresponds with a Wednesday. The animals are more often the crow, the raven, and the wolf. Beverages, which she likes: Irish ale, milk, red wine, and water. Her colours are red, black, and white. It's the element earth. Flowers are snapdragon, and any herbs are usually belladonna, mugwort, deadly nightshade, and yew. The trees are aspen, rowan, willow, and yew. Gemstones and crystals are the bloodstone, flint, jet, obsidian, clear and smoky quartz. Food offerings are acorns, red beans, and red meat, but only red meat. Incense you can use dragon's blood, juniper. Time of day to connect is dusk and midnight. The zodiac sign she associates with is Scorpio. The offerings are best, such as red beans, red meat, wine, and red crystals. Her planet association is Mars. She's better called upon on Samhain, which is also known as Halloween to some. The keywords you'll be looking at when you call upon her is for such as sexuality, sensuality, battles, death, fury, justice, poetry, magic, life to shapeshift, slaughter, victory, and war. She corresponds with all of these, so you can call upon her for any of those choices and she will definitely aid you. The next Celtic goddess is one that's probably really well known. She is Welsh mythology as well as Celtic, but those two kind of come hand in hand sometimes. And that's Cerridwen. She's a powerful underworld goddess. She's associated with the cauldron of knowledge, inspiration, and rebirth. She's considered to be the goddess of poetry, regeneration, inspiration, magic, enchantment, and knowledge. Like Morrigan, she also has the ability to shapeshift, taking on multiple forms. She's known as the White Witch, or the goddess associated with herbology and astrology. According to Welsh legend, Cerridwen had 2 children, Credwe and Morfan. And Credwe was a beautiful girl, full of light, while Morfran was the boy and he was unsightly and malevolent. Since her son was so repulsive, Cerridwen decided to use her magical powers to transform into a wise and brilliant boy. To help him, Cerridwen brewed a potion in her cauldron, and it was said the first 3 drops were effective, but the rest was completely poisonous. To ensure the potion was being brewed as necessary, Cerridwen gave her servant, Gwambach, the job of stirring the potion. On the final day, while stirring, 3 drops of potion accidentally scalded his thumb, and to prevent the burning, he instinctively put the thumb to his mouth, consuming the 3 drops. He gained the looks, the wisdom, the shape-shifting qualities that were meant for his son. He knew Cerridwen would be furious, and by God she would, and would want to take his life. With his new abilities, he changed into a hare, and so the great chase began. Cerridwen became a greyhound bitch, chasing the hare. He turned into a fish as he jumped into the river. Cerridwen became an otter. He turned into a bird. Cerridwen transformed into an auk as the chase continued. Finally, he turned into a single grain of corn, and Cerridwen, she transformed into a hen and found him and ate him. Of course, the magic potion was still within him, and Cerridwen became pregnant. She knew it was his and decided that it would either be him or of his spawn. So she was going to kill the child at birth, but he was so beautiful, she could not. And she sewed him inside leather skin. It was a leather skin bag, and she threw him into the ocean. The bag with the baby in made its way down the river, where it was caught in the nets of fishermen, and then it was presented to Prince Elfin. He and his wife were childless, and they adopted the child, and he grew up to be Taliesin, the greatest Welsh poet ever. Taliesin, depends how you want to pronounce it. Of course, it's up to you. Taliesin was basically a bard. And then the other one that is also known in Welsh and Celtic is Rhiannon. She rode white horses and is therefore known as the horse goddess, Welsh-wise. She's also known as the goddess of the moon, fertility and wisdom. Her name translates to divine queen of fairies. Rhiannon was married to the lord of Dyfed. Sorry guys, my dogs. And she did this to avoid the marriage to another, the son of Claude. She was engaged first, but was tricked. She tricked him and ended up being engaged to the other guy anyway, even though she was promised to someone else. But the point is, Rhiannon and Pwyll conspired to free her from the engagement so she could once again be with him. Their plan succeeded. They had a son who was abducted, and the maids feared they would be accused or framed for the death. So what they did instead is they framed Rhiannon in the worst way. They killed a puppy, smearing the blood on its face, and as she slept, they smeared the blood on her face, as she slept, and they accused Rhiannon of eating her own son. Despite the lies, Paul remained loyal to his wife, and eventually their son returned years later. A lord had rescued him, raised him as his own, so therefore she obviously did not eat her own son. Rhiannon is sovereignty goddess, meaning the king could rule the land after marrying her. In addition, Rhiannon possessed a set of magical birds that can heal people by singing at a soul level, which is kind of cool. So if we look at the myth of Cerridwen, go back to Cerridwen, we need to understand that they're all quite similar in a way. For example, Ceridwen can symbolise the changing seasons, the yearly cycle of nature, the death and the rebirth, the need for change, time to look at different aspects of your life that no longer serve you. Ceridwen is the one that makes space for something new and something better. And the Morrigan is the same. The Morrigan is something of rebirth and regrowing and shedding what is not needed. And the same as with Rhianna, again, she's very much about rebirth and abundance. So they do kind of all slot in together. If you want to work with Ceridwen, however, the elements are earth and water, the moon phase, the new moon and the waning moon. The trees are oak, rowan, apple, hazel and willow. Colours are black, white, purple and silver. Foods are grain and corn, because she's very much one that's with that. The herbs are honeysuckle, vervain and almond, vanilla, jasmine, blue chamomile. Animals, cat, hawk, cattle, wolf, greyhound, hen and otter. Symbol is definitely the cauldron. Planet she's associated with is obviously the moon. Crafts, astrology, poetry, spellcrafting, science and healing. Good for rebirth, transformation, poetry, inspiration, and all that fun stuff. Now, if we look at Rhianna, again, she fits in with Ceridwen and the Morrigan because these birds had the power to heal the soul on a very, very spiritual level. They also had the power to wake the dead from eternal sleep or put the living into a deep slumber. Again, rebirth, regrowth, etc. Rhiannon, though, will remind you of your own divinity and sovereignty. She inspires us to stop identifying as a victim and encourages us to be more patient and forgiving. Items that you can use for Rhianna, such as horses, birds, badgers, frogs, dogs, canaries, hummingbirds and dragons. Plants are narcissus, daffodils and leek. Pansies, hyacinth, cedar and pine trees are good. Bayberry, sage, rosemary. Aromas, sandalwood, neroli and bergamot. Lavender and geranium. Crystals, moonstone, quartz, ruby, red garnet, bloodstone, turquoise, amethyst. Colours, dark green, maroon, gold, silver, rich brown, white, black, charcoal grey and ruby red. Of course, it's kind of up to you. You can put all those three goddesses together and you can use all those things for any goddess. It will work that way because they're all about the same. To work with a Celtic goddess, there are some ways that connect better. For example, dream work. Connect them through dream realms. They will help you know your deepest, darkest fears, but also your desires. You would have to bless your dream journal on a dark moon. Surround with purple candles. Anoint the first and the last page with lavender oil. Smudge with sage. Surround your journal in dream herbs, like chamomile lavender. Have a good bedtime ritual because this will help you raise your spiritual energy. And that journal's used to write down anything you remember from your dreams the minute you wake up. So if you wake up in the middle of the night and you remember something, instantly write it down. That works very well. Changes can reflect in waking life, so that's why we use dreams. Anxiety levels drop in dreams. That means they may drop in waking life. It's a way of if we help our dreams, we can help our real life. Working dreams can be a catalyst for healing as well. The subconscious is an extremely powerful tool. It can aid healing. It can help you reflect on your own associations. It can help you understand yourself more. When you have a bedtime soothing ritual, you'll connect better with your dreams and with energies you're calling in. A bedtime soothing ritual and taking care of yourself, removing any technology, keeping your journal handy and write down everything in it is the best way to go forward if that's what you want to do. If you want to work with a Celtic goddess, then the first step would be try dream work. Another way is obviously scrying. Smoke scrying is one of the oldest divinations anyway. And when seeking guidance from a dark goddess, it's a good method to use. Obviously, you do have to burn something and gaze into the smoke or the incense or whatever it is you're using. The idea is to stare intently and create patterns, and almost like telling your own story through smoke. You can definitely connect with the dark goddess doing this, but remember, mainly dried herbs that we use are like sage, belladonna, bugwort, because they do help enhance spiritual awareness. Now, what that actually means is they can stimulate psychotropic effects and help you see things. How you want to take that is up to you. For example, it doesn't mean seeing something horrific. You can see animals that are sort of important to you. You can see shapes that are important to you. Anything, a smell, a shape, a symbol, an animal, anything, you'll know because it'll be significant to you. And then there's crow magic, which is obviously sacred to Morrigan. Honour her by studying crows, feeding them, calling the crow spirits during rituals. Crow feathers are very powerful. I have raven and crow feathers because they are powerful. They symbolise magic, mystery and intuition. Crows are considered to be messengers between worlds of the living and the dead. Feathers are the element of air. So, out of the 4 elements, why not use one? There's different ways that we can do this. You can cleanse your space with crow feathers in your hand, and you can smoke using crow feathers or raven feathers. So there's just a simple way of connecting with the goddess and doing what they would do back then. Also the cauldron. The cauldron's extremely sacred to Cerridwen. You can scry in your cauldron. You can work in your cauldron. You can brew different things in your cauldron, or you can just simply, put incense in it and burn incense. It's up to you. Obviously, I do want to make quite clear that this is not for beginners. So, if you have no knowledge on this, just bear in mind that nothing is fact, okay? Nothing's fact. It's all myth. Definitely various myths from around different places anyway. I just take the more common ones and put them out there. But you can do your own research. You can go and find your own things out about them and take your own path. That's what's important. Stay true to you and your heart. That's what I do. Anyway, those are 3 great goddesses, dark goddesses to work with. You can work with them on light or dark. Bear that in mind. I'm just showing you the dark side. So, yeah. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Hit that like, please hit that like. Subscribe and share, it helps, it really does. And thank you if you do that. So, coming to the dark goddesses, there are a few that are Eastern or Indian and such. So, let's look at a Near Eastern mythological goddess. So, in Near Eastern mythology, Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal is a goddess of the underworld, or the land of no return. Her husband is the war god, Nergal. There are many accounts that refer to her to Alatu as well. So she has different names, but she's a great lady beneath the earth. She rules the Mesopotamian realm of death. She is Inanna's sister, but also her rival. The Sumerian hymn, The Descent of Inanna, is considered to be the source of the descriptions of Ereshkigal and her realm. Inanna makes a descent to Erkala, the Ereshkigal's realm of death. This goddess is also known as Erkala or Yirkala. Many names, like I said. Ereshkigal is described as great and powerful. She also has access to the water of life. She can bring the dead to life, basically. Ereshkigal is a wild and volatile spirit that commands the dead. She typically manifests as a woman, but is also seen with a lioness head on a woman's body. Her animals are snakes, scorpions, and lions. The literal meaning of her name is the Queen of the Great Earth. Inanna is associated with love, sex, beauty, art, and joy. On the other hand, her sister, Ereshkigal has powers over the dead in the underworld and everything to do with the shadows and the shadow self. That's how different they are, but yet they are sisters, which would make sense, wouldn't it? Her story comes from mythology of the ancient Mesopotamia, and in the myth, it's all about Inanna's descent to the underworld. Ereshkigal confronts Inanna and emerges triumphant. The ancient Mesopotamia people believed in the afterlife. The underworld was a place where the souls travelled to after death. The Sumerians called the underworld Kur, while Akkadians, they would call it what we know as Irkalla. Again, depends. The underworld was a gloomy place where the dead drank from muddy puddles and ate dust. No one can freely descend into the underworld and return alive. Inanna is the Queen of Heaven. According to the myth, Inanna journeyed to the underworld to observe the funeral rites. The funeral rites was it Gujalana? It was Ereshkigal's husband anyway, but I'm not sure how you pronounce his name. But she went to offer her condolences to her sister, so that's why she descended into the underworld. Despite knowing the rules of the underworld, Inanna decided to descend regardless into the darkness, but she planned to return to Earth unscathed. However, Ereshkigal made it clear that not even the most powerful gods or goddesses, nor her sister, are above the law. To reach the underworld, though, there are gates. 7 gates, to be exact. So you had to pass through these 7 gates, and when Inanna ventured into the underworld, Ereshkigal instructed her gatekeeper, Neti, to lock all the gates. At each gate, Inanna had to remove one of her royal garments. Only then would the gatekeeper let her through. So the first gate was the removal of a shigura, the crown. The second gate, the small lapis beads from around her neck, that would be lapis lazuli. The third gate, the double strands of beads from her breasts. The fourth, a breastplate. The fifth, her gold ring. The sixth, lapis measuring rod and line, which will have been like a staff. That was lapis lazuli. And the seventh, a royal robe. This can be seen as a gradual removal of Inanna's power as she went deeper into the realm of her sister, deeper into the dark. The darkness represents true vulnerability, where Inanna sheds her pride and her masks. When Inanna finally reached Ereshkigal's throne, she was naked and stripped of any power. After the Anuna of the dead, judges of the underworld, passed judgment against her, Ereshkigal killed Inanna and hung her corpse on a hook on the wall. After 3 days, 3 nights, Inanna's servant, Ninshuba, went to Inanna's father god, Enki, for help. Enki then sent 2 androgynous, I think that's how you say it, 2 androgynous demons to rescue Inanna. The demons entered the underworld and gave Inanna the water of life. Thus, Inanna was revived. She could leave the underworld if she brought someone to take her place. So obviously, Inanna had to give someone to be able to come back. She saw Dumazid dressed in shining clothes, seated on a throne, obviously not mourning the loss of his wife, Inanna. So Inanna chose him, and the demons seized him, and it was decided he would spend 6 months in the underworld, since his sister, Geshtiana, volunteered to take his place for the rest of the time, and she would spend the other half of the year in the underworld. Again, isn't that very similar to a story we have already heard? The events of Inanna's death and rebirth signifies the integration of shadow and light. Ereshkigal can be a bit harsh, but She doesn't withhold unconditional love she has for her worshippers. She will support you in your journey through dark places, but she does not tolerate any disrespect or deceit. So be very careful if you want to work with her. Very careful indeed. Inanna is considered the mirror image of Ereshkigal. Inanna is joyful and heavenly. Ereshkigal is grief and hell. But she will help you move to the next level of your spiritual development and discover your real essence. So if you're looking for higher vibrations, you need Inanna. If you're looking for justice and vengeance, you need Ereshkigal. But only work with them when you are absolutely sure you know what you're doing. So it's working with your shadow side. It's basically taking you through a journey of what your shadow side would see as the underworld. Corresponders for Ereshkigal are owls, lions, scorpions, dragons, black dogs, serpents, any crystals, lapis lazuli, and jet. To work with her, you will need to definitely ground yourself. I mean, you ground yourself anyway, that's very important, but definitely when it comes to this kind of energy, she likes any earthy incense, sandalwood, sage, or pine. Green is a very, very good colour to have to invoke her. But anything that is freshly baked bread type, dough, donuts, bread, tea cakes, anything that's fresh like that she loves. But she also likes sweet honey as well as a gift. She likes anything like that. The idea is the smell of freshness, the smell of the earth invokes her. She's very much into that kind of scent. Now, she can be quite harsh and a bit dramatic. She is the queen of the earth, remember. So if you're going to work with her, then don't just do it and not have done anything beforehand. It's probably not advisable. Now we're going to move on to one of the eldest deities in ancient Egyptian pantheon, Sekhmet. Some do call her Sif, even though it's a KH, Sekhmet. I call her Sekhmet, but yeah. She's the goddess of retribution, plague, destruction, war, and healing. Her name translates to she who is powerful. Sekhmet is the daughter of the sun god Ra. Ra, that is, remember to roll the R, remember. And the darker aspect of Hathor, the goddess of joy, fertility, and music. She's depicted as a lioness, sometimes wearing a red dress. She's very much like above her edge she'll have a celestial solar disc with a serpent around it, so she's very different. She also holds the papyrus scepter, which symbolises power and royalty. She can be seen also with an ankh in her hand. It just depends. In Egyptian mythology, she was created when the sun god Ra wanted to punish mankind for their lawlessness and their disobedience to the gods. He sent an aspect of his daughter, Hathor, to earth in the form of a lioness. As Hathor turned into Sekhmet, she became extremely violent. She unleashed her rage on humans, slaughtering them and drinking their blood. Her rampage ended up turning fields red with human blood. Ra wanted the destruction to stop, but Sekhmet did not pay no attention to his orders, and she was driven by bloodlust only. Her rampage turned the fields red with human blood completely, but not only that. It's thought that the rivers running red theory comes from her rampage as well. That obviously is all myth anyway. But the problem was she was so driven by bloodlust that she turned the fields, the waters to red with human blood. Her desire was only fueled by blood as well. So what did they do? The sun god decided to pour 7,000 jugs of beer and the same equivalent of pomegranate juice in the river Nile. Since this concoction resembled blood, she consumed it and became so drunk that she slept for 3 days. When she woke up, her thirst for blood had waned, and humanity was saved. And this event is celebrated every year as the Festival of Intoxication. People drank beer strained with pomegranate juice to pay their debts to the goddess, to let her know that they still were aware of her and such and such. Cherry is also very popular when it comes to Sekhmet too. She inspires you to live with a fierce grace and become free and empowered. So the corresponders, if you want to work, but these are heavier energies, remember. These are not light energies to work with, so be careful. Lion, cats, cobras and hawks. The crystals and gemstones are carnelian, bloodstone, sunstone, red jasper, ruby, garnet. Oils are incense, ginger, royal amber and juniper. So when you're working with Sekhmet, an offering of red wine and pomegranate juice is extremely suitable for this kind of warrior. In a special glass, of course, not just any glass. You can also use a figurine of a lioness to symbolize her. Now, as I've said before, she is an heavy energy. But when she comes, you can actually use her to cleanse an area of, let's say if there's bad energy or there's an unwanted guest spiritual-wise. She's meant to come and you're able to banish, protect any negativity, any bad spirits and such and such. So that's what she's mainly used for, not so much justice, but more as a banisher, a protector and a releasing of negativity. Then we'll go to now Japanese mythology. And, you know, it's not very often that we do come across the Japanese mythology aspects of the goddess. So this is Izanami no Mikoto, a goddess of Japanese, obviously. And it's said that her husband was Izanagi no Mikoto, the creation goddess. The goddess of creation is what her name means. She creates and controls the life and death of every living thing, and her name translates to she who invites. So she is Izanami no Mikoto. Her husband Izanagi no Mikoto. Just so we're clear on that. Her story is chronicled in an 8th century book, Kojiki. It is the earliest account of Japanese mythology and sacred text of Shinto religion. The first gods, which I am not very good at pronouncing, Takaimu Sube. There was Kamimusube and Amenomina Anasushi. Best way I can pronounce them to you. Summoned Izanami and Izanagi to life. So they are a couple, if you understand. They were also given the Aminonu Boko, which is a jewel, and it's a studded magical spear. Izanami and Izanagi stood on the floating bridge of heaven and stirred the sea with the spear to create an island. On this island, they fulfilled their duty of creating 8 principal islands of Japan, as well as a new generation of deities. However, in giving birth to Kogusushi, the fire god, it was said that Izanami burned to death. And then, obviously, that's when she sort of retired to the realm of the dead, and it was called Yomi, I believe. Her husband, of course, Izanagi, missed his wife so greatly he journeyed into Yomi to bring her back from the underworld. It was hard to navigate the shadowy interiors of Yomi. Eventually, Izanagi found Izanami. Although he couldn't see her properly due to the shadows, she refused to go back with him Izanami had eaten the food of the underworld, and thus she could not go back to the land of the living. But Izanagi was adamant. He waited for her to fall asleep, then unbound his long hair from his beautiful comb and made a torch with it. Under the torchlight, he saw Izanami was now a rotting corpse. Foul creatures were creeping out from all over her body. Izanagi fled for his life, abandoning Izanami, but Izanami, shocked by her husband's betrayal, chased him and sent spirits and demons to seize him. When Izanagi reached the entrance of the Yomi, he shut it with a huge boulder. Izanami got to the entrance and shouted in anger she would take 1,000 human lives. Enraged, Izanagi replied he would save 1,500 lives in return. Their relationship ended there, and Izanami went on to rule the shadow land of the dead, I guess, known as the Yomi place. But then she also was said to become the goddess of the dead, also called Yamotsu Okami. Again, this is all mythology and none of it's fact. My grandma was well into all this stuff, so it's handwritten and I'm doing the best that I can with the pronunciations. So I hope that you do understand, and I hope that I didn't do too bad, but those are sort of the different side of other goddesses from around different cultures. I can write in the description the names so that you can read them and know what I was trying to say, even if I didn't say it correctly. But thank you for listening. I truly appreciate it, and many blessings. Hi guys, it's been quite some time. This is the Star Goddess and Ecstasy. It is the, I suppose, the empowering of the Star Goddess. Basically, the centre of the universe is everywhere. It's within us too. We are not separate. This is just my belief. This was just my family's belief. It's not fact. I am no expert. I am just sharing my knowledge that I was learnt. Doesn't mean I'm right. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. It's just a belief, you know. Now, I was taught that there's no real gender assignment, even though we say the Star Goddess. And there is one for the god as well. But we're on the goddess at the minute. We are made of what she is made of. This is why we are not separate. And the way in which we empower rituals and any work that we're doing, if we're working on this level, takes some time to get to this level, my head. Now it's handwritten, so we'll be turning pages as I read it. And I shall do my best. It's been a long time since I've read this. So when doing a ritual of any kind, this is one of the bigger callings we would do, especially when there's a coven, you know. It's to more empower others around you, because by the time you are running a coven or you're in charge of a coven, you should know already you have the power within you. The idea is to empower others then. I am the source of all things, who is known by many names. Diana, Morai, Kut Nuit, Isis, Astarte, Elohim. I am space. I am time. I am infinite. I am forever. I'm the one who is made of many. From me all things proceed, and from me all things must return. Within my expanses, there are divine secrets to behold. I am the mysteries of life and death, order and chaos, light and darkness, emptiness and fulfillment. I am the force that holds all things together, the force that pulls them apart. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the void and that which lies beyond. Within me, thy innermost self shall be unfolded into the rapture of the infinite as I exist. You exist. As I breathe, you breathe. Your thoughts and discoveries are my own. Your intentions are made clear through me. As you grow, I grow. As you evolve, I evolve. You are the pebble, and I am the mountain. Let my worship be with the heart that rejoices. Behold all acts of love and pleasure, my rituals. There. Therefore let them be beauty and strength. Sorry, my dog came in. Power and compassion. Honour and humility. Mirth and reverence within you. For as you feed your tired soul, you feed mine. Know that if you search for me and do not find me, you have not looked within. I have been with you from the beginning, and I am that which is attained at the end of your desire. You are never alone, and you are never without power. For behold the strength of the one all-knowing, all-pervading influence is within you. Radia. Gospel of the Witches. And that's an older version. There are several variations, newer ones might I say, that are different to that. This is a much older one. It's the one that I've always used. I do believe I've put other variations up there. But this is like probably... Well, this is the one that my nan used. It's the one that I use, so it's a pretty old one. It's an older one than what the newer ones are. But the Gospel of the Witches, there are many. And the interesting thing is, I have a few. And it's amazing how to see, through time, even the Gospel of the Witches seems to have had some changes in it. And what I mean is, the original Gospel of the Witches, the older ones, they're very much real and what I remember them of. And if I go to some of the more newer ones, they seem to have been sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Remoulded for society, I suppose, is the best way to put it. Remoulded to fit into society, which makes it not quite true to the heart. For me, it does. However, I think it's good for Wiccans and such, because they can take power from that. You know, yeah, I think it's all about personal preference more than anything, and your beliefs. But that's what you would use to empower a ritual, to empower others, to help them see their more higher self and spiritual sort of journey, to higher their vibrations and such. It's about learning them that we are not separate from this wonderful universe. It's about learning people that we are all one and should respect everything as we wish to be respected. Not just people, you know, everything. Once we take out materialistic things and just bring in pure love for everything on the earth and know we are not separate from this beautiful earth and we must protect her as she protects us. She's given us a home. We breathe and live because she's given us a home. I think that requires a little bit of respect for Earth, you know. And it's about that. Excuse me. I am quite swollen on the right side. If I don't sound very right, it's because my cheek's swollen on the right side. Yeah, and I guess that's the whole thing that I was brought up with, was that there is no separation. No one is above anybody else, but no one is below anybody else. If someone feels they are below someone else, it's because someone's made them feel that way. And it's important to bring them back to show them that they are not. If someone feels they are above someone else, again, someone's made them think that's right. And, it's not necessarily their fault, but more a foundation of their ways of life. And they should not be judged for that. They shouldn't. They should be respected for that. And, it's not about saying, oh my God, you think you're something you're not, and oh, you are beneath. It's not about, everybody's equal. We all bleed the same. We all come from the same place. We may all go to the same place. I don't necessarily believe that as such, but it can be hard. It can be hard, and I'll tell you why. Because to embrace your true inner self, you have to forget all the conditioning that's been put into you. I didn't have that. Don't you see? That's why I'm different. I wasn't conditioned in that way. It's like, okay, so when you're a child, let's say you're a child and you're drawing a banana. I cannot remind you how many times I've seen this happen, and the child's drawn the banana, it's been blue, and the mum said, it's not blue, it's meant to be yellow. You're conditioning your child. Why is it not blue? If you want it to be blue, it can be blue. And I was always allowed to be free like that, and it's very, I know it seems like such simple things, but when it's done throughout life on many things, like you put an outfit on and you come downstairs and you're told, well, that don't fit with that, so you can't wear that, go back upstairs and change. Again, that's conditioning to society's needs. It's conditioning to what other people would expect you to look like, if you understand what I mean. I never had none of that. I may have been conditioned in a mad way to see things that others don't, to be at one with nature and plants and such. But I was never held back regarding the different things I wanted to try and the different variations of how I dressed, who I wanted to be. None of that was ever held back from me. I wasn't conditioned in that way. And we are conditioned from a very young age. I mean, think about it. We are conditioned as such where they want us to crawl. We start crawling, they want us to walk. We start walking, they want us to slow down, but yet they want us to run. We start running, then we need to stop. They want us to speak. We start speaking, we are told to shut up. Once we are speaking, we are given ways in which they want us to speak, how things are supposed to be said. Think about it. And that's nobody's fault. That's just human nature, And it is. It's just basic human nature. But I never had none of that. I never had none of that. I was allowed to express myself artistically in any way. I was allowed to go into the woods, sit by trees, talk to trees and plants, because I was told it would help grow my soul. And I have every faith in that. I'm not saying that my childhood was bloody fantastic, because we all know I had a rough childhood. But you take away all those rough edges and all the bad and look at all the good. And that's what I do. I take in what I was learnt. And people, when people say, you think you're a know-it-all? No, I don't think I'm a know-it-all. Okay, anything that I say is not fact. You don't have to believe it. Don't you understand that? It is not fact. It is a belief in which I was brought up on that I am sharing. That's all. That's all. The reason I know all this stuff and it's because of family. It's just that simple. It's because of family. I was, my nan pushed me to do alchemy, and I'm glad she did. I loved it. My nan wanted me to be very knowledgeable upon my herbs and my oils, because I'd be using them on a day, and I do use them on a daily basis. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just bettering oneself, is it not? I mean, back then I was probably a rebel. I'm like, I didn't want to listen. You know how you are when you're younger. I was the same. I'm like, yeah, I know more than you. Well, I didn't. But I thought I did when I was younger. But now I've grown up and I started reading back through my nan's things and seeing all the stuff that she got me into and all the knowledge that she passed on. See, it's not my knowledge, it's family knowledge. I just got it, that's all. And it doesn't make it fact. It makes it belief. And we can believe in what we choose to believe in. It's a choice. My choice is I'm different. I love who I am. I see things others don't. So what? I was conditioned that way. No big deal. I'm not interfering in your life with it. I'm taking it as my own life and my own journey. I've got journals from when I was 14-year-old. Imagine reading all them. Imagine. Yeah? It's just a belief. It can be twisted and rearranged and it doesn't really matter. I'm who I am, You can't take that. You can't change it. I am me. And I love me. And unfortunately, recently I forgot that I love me. I was brought to such a low point. I didn't want to live anymore. Do you know how low you have to be to get to that point? And I'm sick of getting to that point. I'm sick of being put at that point by others' opinions and harassment. And I am me. I cannot be changed. I am conditioned the way I am. I love me for who I am. I enjoy everything I do. I enjoy life. Is it not beautiful? Whether the weather be bad or good or violent or calm, it's all wonderful and beautiful because Earth creates it. And Earth is magnificent because she's the reason we are here. Anyway, guys, love and light to you all, and many blessings, and thank you for listening, of course. Hello, guys. Welcome back to my channel. Please subscribe and leave a like if you can. It really helps. So, the magic of Marie Laveau. This will be quite a journey we're about to take, and it won't all be recorded like this. I do plan on something quite special at the end. Fingers crossed, all goes to plan. But we do have to get there, don't we? So, shall we begin? Marie Laveau was no myth, no legend. She was a free woman, a mother, a healer, and a devoted Catholic, but also a business woman. Before I continue, viewer discretion is advised when listening to this. Some viewers may find some of this content is triggering, upsetting, and may not wish to listen. Please do not listen if you think you will be upset or triggered, or if it will offend you in any way. We will have to speak about slavery because it's rooted where she comes from, is rooted in that. So do understand, I mean no disrespect at all. I just want to tell it as it is. So please do not listen if you will be upset, triggered, or offended by any of this. Just turn it off. Thank you. So, she was indeed very real. And not just that. Her gravesite is the second most visited gravesite. Guess who comes first? Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll. But she's second. Think about that. That's massive. There's also been many ghost stories regarding seeing her spirit. One in particular was a man, and he went into the chemist. This was the 1930s, I believe. He went into what we know as a chemist, a pharmaceutical store, and a woman appeared behind him. The person behind the counter went drip white and disappeared in the back, and he turned and looked at the woman, and she said, "Do you know who I am?" Of course, he replied, "No, I'm sorry, I don't." Upon this, the spirit slapped him across the face, laughed out loud, and vanished, flying through the walls back to the gravesite. The person behind the counter came out and explained to the man, "You've just been slapped by the Queen of Voodoo, Marie Laveau." And there are many stories about her ghost. It's also true and important to recognise that she's definitely had an influence on tourist attraction. There's many out there that take her name on and practice under her name. So she made a very big impression even now. You know, there are many claims of students or people that knew her, etc. Newspapers from 1909 are very much worth looking at if you're interested and want to read through, because they have some extremely odd articles in there that we probably could relate to today. Wild orgies, sacrificing black cats, demonising her voodoo. Those newspapers back then brought these fantastical ideas, just like TV and newspapers do now. And we know they do, so why wouldn't they back then? It's also very important you understand, she never, not once, had her photo taken, ever. And I hope you realise that this is something to do with the fact that some believe it takes the soul. Did she believe that? We don't know. But it's important to mention that she never had her photo taken. She never had her image sketched. No one knows what she really looks like. It is but an image perceived to be of her. No one knows the truth except for them that knew her and her herself, because there is no images to go back on at all. It is believed through these interviews and people that did know her, she was a tall, beautiful woman with curly hair to her shoulders, and she never wore headdresses at all. She would never wear an headdress, they said. If you look at court appearances back in the day, hoodoo conjuration is mentioned in some of these very old articles. And it's very useful to look into that when you're learning about Marie Laveau, if you're interested. This is why I suggested newspapers from 1909, because you'll find many. La Belle de Nouvelle-Orleans, of course, is a book that's definitely worth a read. So she was an hairdresser, it is believed, and she was extremely intelligent. She aided a lot of people too. She helped many. But if we want to know her, then we must know about her life, her past, her parents. Marie Laveau's great-grandmother was said as a child that she was sold in slavery, sent to America on a slave ship. As a result of this, Marie Laveau became a great leader of a new religion, So something good came out of that at least. Marie's great-grandma was called Marguerite. Marguerite had a daughter called Catherine. Catherine was obviously in America. Marie's grandmother. Now, she gave birth to a daughter. So Catherine is Marie Laveau's grandmother, and she gave birth to a daughter who she called Marguerite again, to be named after the great-granddaughter. And this is Marie Laveau's mother. It's important to understand back then, women were viewed as nothing more than property, and sexual abuse and sexual advancements, and, well, you can imagine, was very much everywhere, and it was not very nice. Masters raped their slave women, and they just thought they had the right. They just thought that was the way, and it's very wrong, but it happened. Catherine was 13 years old when she herself gave birth to Marguerite, Marie's mother. Marguerite also had her first child at 13 years old. And all children were born in bondage, and they would be sold and separated by the unsympathetic, of course. The trauma is extremely evident in Marie Laveau's life from her past. And the reason we have to tell the story of the trauma is because we wouldn't have what we have today without that trauma back then. Though it's sad, it's just the facts, it's just what happened. 1795, Catherine paid $600 for her freedom and took Henry as her surname. She became successful, and she bought her own home and her own land. Now, 1790, so this is before, Catherine's daughter Marguerite was freed by her owner. She did have children, of course, and it's important to understand that Marie Laveau's father was completely different to the other children. Now, she was a child of Charles Laveau, a businessman that her mother had a relationship with. Marie Catherine Laveau was born September the 10th, 1801. And it's important to understand that Charles Laveau was not on a birth certificate or even on when she was baptised. He later came forward, obviously, and told the story that he indeed was her father, but he wouldn't accept it at first. It wasn't until a later date that he came forth, and there's many interviews where he does state he is her father. However, there was many stories regarding Marie Laveau's father. He was documented as a wealthy white man who owned plants. When I say plants, I mean plantations. This is not true. It's not the case, unfortunately. Yes, he was a very successful man in real estate, in the slave trade, but he wasn't white either. 6 days after her birth, Father Antoine baptized Marie Laveau as a Catholic at St. Louis's Cathedral in New Orleans. Her grandmother, Catherine, took on the role of her godmother. Her godfather was a Spanish man. He was apparently the go-to for having godfathers back then. There were certain people who'd be assigned, and he was one of the go-to. It took 15 years to find Marie Laveau's records, and the myth of her being almost 100 years old at her death is nothing but a myth. 79 was the age, and she was not born Haitian in Haiti. She was born in New Orleans. It's believed that she did live with her grandmother at a childhood cottage, but there's nothing that factualizes this. There's no facts really on when she was younger at all, on where she lived or what she did, but it's just a belief that she was brought up there. August 4th, 1819, at the young age of 17, she married a man called Jacques Perry, a carpenter by trade. It is stated she got married at St. Louis's Cathedral, and Anton, the father, and a lawyer were standing as witnesses. However, in truth, they're not accurate records either. It's said the famous hoop earrings that she wears were a wedding gift from her father. But there are no records. That's the issue. These words I am reading are words of spoken talk. They are Chinese whispers. Her marriage is definitely there. She did wed, but not under those same circumstances with those people. Now, there are other records for Marie Laveau, the same church. These records indicate a daughter, Marie-Angèle Perry, November the 27th, 1822, was baptized in that very church. Félicité Perry, another daughter, baptized November the 17th, 1824, both legitimate daughters of Marie Laveau and Perry. Marie would have been born, I do believe, she would have had her first child at 16 years old, which is 2 years prior to her marriage to Jacques Perry. However, the problem is what became of the daughters is unknown. This could be because funeral records from certain years, 1825 to 1829, they've been lost through the cathedral. You can't find them anywhere. So, and back then, it was said that to live 29 years of age was good. So, it's unknown. We don't know. We know that the baptized paperwork said that both daughters were baptized. We know that her first child she had at 16, which was 2 years prior to her, almost 2 years, not quite, but almost. She was still 17 when she married, but prior to her being married, and there are no records after this, but they were baptized at that church. Now, in 1824, Jacques Perry disappeared. Presumed deceased, though. There's never been any document of his death or anything to support that he died. He's actually never been located. He just disappeared. There are many rumours regarding his death, of course. Whatever the case may be, Marie Laveau, she gained official documents as Laveau Perry, the widow Paris, after Jacques' disappearance. It was believed that Marie then became the hairdresser after Jacques disappeared. And his name is Jacques Perry, but it is pronounced Jacques Perry. Although just an hairdresser, she maintained a high-class clientele. And it is believed that through this clientele, she learned secrets of the elites, as women would share their secrets with her. I mean, that makes sense though, doesn't it? Think about it. People do that today still in salons and things. So it does make sense. It's said though that the clients were very confident in giving her secrets. She held her confidentiality very well. But it's believed that Marie Laveau took notes of the secrets and filed away the information for a rainy day. She was not listed in the census as practicing this profession, but if you speak to people that knew her, it was widely believed this is what she did. And of course, people leave her gifts today that are mirrors, combs, fasteners for the hair, makeup, things that are associated with hairdressers and such. So it is believed that is what she did. And why not store that information away for a rainy day? Clearly she would need it sometime. I don't want to let these go on too long, so I'm going to leave it here. This is the very first part. There are many parts to come and many truths to be looked at. Thank you for listening. I truly appreciate it. And many blessings. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Please subscribe and leave a like because it really helps if you can. Also, this is continuation of Marie Laveau, so viewer discretion is advised. Some people may find this content triggering, upsetting and disturbing. Please do not listen if you're easily triggered with historical past events. We do talk about slavery because it's important. So if this is something that you do not wish to listen to, please turn it off. Do not listen. Thank you. So we just got to the part where I explained about her being an hairdresser and the fact that gifts are still named for her today associated with hairdressing. So 2 years after Jacques Perry disappeared, she had a brief relationship with a man who served in the 1815 war. He was an ordnance officer in the Battle of New Orleans. It was illegal back then, by the way, for interracial marriages. Legend says Marie and Christophe had 15 children together. That's not true at all. They had 7 children from 1827 to 1838. Only 2 of the girls survived to adulthood. The rest, no longer. Marie Philemon became Marie Laveau's successor in the New Orleans voodoo. Laveau, voodoo, voodoo Laveau. And she also was Marie Laveau II. That's what she was known as. She had another name, which I quite like, this name. Madame La Gendre. Love it. Beautiful name. Christophe died June 26, 1855. And when he died, it is said that Marie turned to the church even more than she'd ever done before for comfort. She absolutely increased her devotion to the Catholic Church. Absolutely. She also brought in new followers for that Catholic Church too. Marie and Christophe, they were slave owners. This is a fact. Even after the new law passed to make slavery illegal in New Orleans, trafficking sort of increased. We see this today, don't we? You know, they say it's no longer trafficking, but it is. It's everywhere. If you think about it, human trafficking is everywhere. It's just different, but it's definitely still present. And it's definitely hits the younger females more than anything. Marie Laveau bore witness to a very difficult time in history. Though she was born a free woman, she still had to live and abide by the Louisiana Black Code, which is just wow. And she dealt with slaves. There are 0 documented records that she treated her slaves bad. There was gossip, there was speculation, but there are 0 records that state that she ever did any harm to her slaves. The Code Noir was enacted in 1724 and was based on earlier codes of French Caribbean colonies. The code limited freedom. Slave owners were forced to baptize their slaves in the Catholic Church so that this would mean they would have to follow the Catholic ways. They didn't have no choice. They had no choice about it whatsoever. They were forced to do it. Sundays was allowed for worship. You could have it off on Sunday because you had to go and worship. That was nice of them, weren't it? Slaves were allowed to marry. It was the way that it is. It's very hard to sort of explain, but they were allowed to marry separation of families. They could marry, but it would have to be with the same. It's a different word they're using, but they would marry and it'd have to be with the same sort of people, if you understand what I mean. They still kept that quite strict, which I think is very wrong. Apparently, this new code stated that families were no longer going to be separated once they were married and together. And slave owners were not allowed to beat slaves severely or kill them. The law stated that slaves could report to the police if they were unfairly treated. And many did not. The ones that were unfairly treated usually ran away. However, it's important to note again, there is nothing that states Marie Laveau ever hurt any of her slaves. There is no records. And there is records of where they went and when they went. In 1811, Marie Laveau was around 10 years old, and Louisiana was still the territory of New Orleans. The German Coast Uprising was the largest slave revolt in American history. This occurred 30 miles roughly outside of the city that very same year. Men rose up regarding the harsh conditions of the sugar plantations, even though they should have been protected under that Louisiana Black Code. They should have been protected under the Noir. Between 200 and 500 men armed with hand tools participated in the sugar plantation marches towards New Orleans. Along the way, they burnt plantation houses, sugar houses, crops, things like that. It's really important that I'm going to state this because it's the facts. Only 2 white men ended up dying in that uprising. Yet, on the other side, 100 of the uprising party were slaughtered. They were even beheaded as well. Not only did they behead them, which is absolutely disgusting, but they displayed them. They displayed them purposely to discourage and intimidate the others. Man, what they went through, I can't even begin to imagine. In 1863, Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation had theoretically abolished slavery. It was officially abolished by the state constitutionists in 1864 during the American Civil War. For most of Marie Laveau's life, slavery was just so prominent. It was wherever she went. It was common for free people of colour to own slaves, and almost all New Orleans of means did buy slaves and allow them to work out there elsewhere. And when they worked elsewhere, they would collect a percentage of the wages, obviously, because they had the right not. Makes me so angry. Others were purchased as household servants. The issue of status regarding Marie Laveau being a slave owner is actually unknown, and it's possible that all she witnessed, especially the uprising, impacted her to adulthood. I mean, it would impact you, wouldn't it? There's no evidence that Marie Laveau was involved in the slave trade prior to her relationship with Christophe. Very important to understand. There is evidence in the archives that he was always involved in buying and selling of slaves prior to Marie Laveau. So he was always in that industry. She was not until she actually was with Christophe. That's very important to understand. He was French, and the French embraced slave ownership as part of their culture. Marie and Christophe, it said that they bought and sold, I think it was 8 slaves in total throughout their life. There's no real reports or articles to tell how they treated their slaves. The rumours that Marie was helping to free slaves. Though oral history, Marie is known to aid slaves, provide them with charms to prevent them on their journeys to freedom. Christophe, in 1854, sold his final slave, and Marie was not involved in any slave trading after this or after his death in 1855. Again, very important to note. Voodoo is science. It symbols codes, and it signifies a very embedded tradition of various codes as well. Charles Raphael, born in 1868, actually described an altar that Marie had in her front room that he'd witnessed, and it had items on it like good luck charms, money-making charms, husband-holding charms. She also had a statue of St. Peter and St. Maron. Now, these safe houses that they designed for slaves, they would have certain things set up that a slave would recognise that place as safety. It was a signifier, which was known as a safe place. There would be a password, a call, and then a response or recording knocks on doors as well. But statues and symbols were very, very prominent for safe houses. Particular quilts would be embroidered as well, but they'd be embroidered bearing special designs. And these objects would be very easily masked with voodoo. You could mask all this thing into voodoo. So let's go on the fact that she had Saint Maron. And the Saint Maron screams the loudest about her saving slaves because Saint Maron is a patron saint of runaway slaves. Saints are usually paired according to the purpose. So the saints benefit from each other's power, and then the petitioner gets that power too. So Saint Peter was also Papa Legba, holds the keys to the kingdom of heaven. Papa Legba, well, Saint Peter holds the keys to heaven, and Papa Legba holds the keys to the spirit world. Same, just a bit different. These are used when obstacles are in need of removal, roads that need to be opened, secrets that need to be kept under lock and key. The keys also signify the ability to unlock the key to slavery. St. Peter holds the keys to heaven, referred to as freedom in some places like Canada, and St. Maron, she provides the protection on the freedom train. So just from looking at that altar, can you not see what I'm saying? It's not very hard to understand. It's probably true that Marie Laveau helped slaves. You also have to understand that Christophe could have been involved with helping the slaves become free. The problem is, Christophe already dealt in slavery before Marie Laveau. When Marie Laveau got with Christophe, she'd never dealt in that. However, if they had to maintain appearances because of status, they were high status, in order to maintain that appearance, they would have to buy and sell slaves, regardless of Marie helping them. And this is the belief why they only had the 8 slaves their whole lives, and they are noted to be sold on and go on and live the life. No harm ever came to them. So it's really important to understand that the fact they had slaves in their home, there's a good chance that was a cover-up. Because then they could send other slaves to get other slaves and such and such. And if Christophe stopped in that slave industry all of a sudden, then the eyes would have definitely been full on Marie Laveau for being a person of helping slaves get away, because it is believed that they did have an actual tunnel underground where they used to escort them out. So it was more seen as a cover-up later on. The fact that they still had slaves in their home and sold them, it's believed it was a cover-up, because he couldn't just stop when he met Marie. It would look extremely dodgy, and they would definitely be knocking on her door after seeing altars like that, thinking, yep, I know what you're doing. You know, we have to look at it like that. You can't just stop something you've done all that time, because it would bring speculation upon you. So it's possible it was just nothing but a cover-up, and that she was freeing slaves. I'm going to leave this episode here. I don't want them too long, as I have said. Thank you so much for listening. I truly appreciate it, and many blessings. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel, and a happy new year to you all. I do hope you have a blessed new year, and that you can carry on and bring abundance and happiness into your home and your life. Third part of Marie Laveau, we are looking into hairdressing skills. So, Marie had a lot of information regarding high-class people and the luxury homes that had tainted blood, well-noted family names that had secrets. But she didn't bribe, she didn't tell anyone. She was very confidential. She kept it all very confidential. June the 21st, 1821, and this is according to the legend, Marie Laveau became an hairdresser after the presumed death of her husband, Jacques Paris. And as I've said, there is no records, but what's important is that it was very common to become an hairdresser. It was the occupation at the time that many would choose, so it does not seem far-fetched that she possibly went into this trade. The Louisiana's Writers Project had some people in it that did interviews stating they remembered her as an hairdresser. Teresa Kavanagh, born around 1860, said Marie Laveau called herself an hairdresser, and that is how she got in the good graces of the high-class families. Marie Washington, born in 1863, remembered Marie as some kind of hairdresser and seamstress, sewing basically, but that was more in the early days. Apparently, she was very equipped in fooling people, and becoming an hairdresser gave her privilege to rub shoulders in the most finest of families. She was, after all, invited into their homes, and she was said to possibly even pay off for any black servants that they had, any coloured servants they had. Not in a way that would release them from their bindings, but to become her mole in the household. Think about that. This gave her all the access to the inside information and the knowledge, which would lead to Marie going to their house, being their hairdresser, and sort of coaxing the women to confessing their problems to Marie. And it gave her an edge with the conjuring and the voodoo work. If you think about it, it's kind of like Marie paid the servants to give her information so that when she went to do her hairdressing, she already had some kind of knowledge of what was going on in the house. And the more knowledge she got, the better she would become at getting them to confess. The more confessions that she got, the better her conjuring work would become. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it, when you think about it that way, rather than her knowing things without being told information that we can actually understand, and we can sit and say, yeah, I can really see that happening. In fact, I'm pretty sure, some places it's still done like that. So it does make sense. Of course, to her clients, she would absolutely get them to spill the darkest secrets, and it would somewhat, to them, they would see Maria as being somewhat gifted and able to understand just what they were going through, to bring it forward out of them, then keep it confidential. She knew who was cheating with who, whose babies were actually whose, but she kept all the secrets. And they, of course, in return, knew she had the keys to every scandal, every high-class secret in that circle, that society. Marie knew. She absolutely knew. Whether or not this is true, knowledge does indeed give perception of power, for sure. It always has. Her premonitions did all near enough come true. The paths she advised to others were generally always the wisest, and this is how she built a huge clientele of upper class and the prestige. Myths around hairdressing and voodoo, such as never throwing a comb away with your hair left in it, that is so true, never do that. Hair should be burnt. Never leave your hair lying around, not even one. Just don't. It's got your DNA on it, especially if it's come from the bulb, from the follicle. That's definite DNA. Apparently, if a bird were to collect the hair and weave it into their nest, the person would have an headache for as long as it was being woven in the nest. So it was custom to burn a client's hair that was cut back then. A voodooist could read how the hair burned and tell the clients what was to come. When the hair burns light and bright, it means a long, happy life is to be had. And when the hair sort of fails to catch fire or burns slow and dull, it represents illness or death being the inevitable. That makes sense too. I mean, even in just a divination perspective, it is what you would actually say comes from divination. You know, when something's bright and vibrant, yeah, means more or whatever, and when something's dull, it means less. It's kind of common sense that now. It wasn't back then. Some people, of course, they referred to her as a con woman rather than a cunning woman. It's important to understand that's a matter of perception. It's everybody's different and people criticise regardless, don't they? So, you know. However it was, she collected info and networked like any strong, independent businesswoman would. She was very clever at showing up in places. She would be remembered for those particular places because of the places that she chose. So she knew what she was doing. Her business side grew through word of mouth. So sink rooms, courthouses, marketplaces were regular places she would grace. Her customers were satisfied, leading to great results. So if the truth about how she managed her business affairs were put in the local papers and the tabloids, rather than portraying her as a voodoo priestess and questioning her ability and portraying her as some sort of evil blah blah blah, would it have ever come into question? The tabloids yet again blowing things out of proportion. If it was her business skills that were reported in the newspaper, rather than it all being put down to evil craft, it would make a massive difference, wouldn't it? You know, the tabloids wouldn't be the same, would they? They'd have a completely different article, and that's just fact. So we do tend to assume she grew up in the cottage in which her grandmother had, and it's, you know, there's not really much about it, but it is a presumption. So the New Orleans Republican, 1873, did write an article regarding Marie Laveau's cottage. The childhood home was 152 St. Anne Street, and that remained a primary residence until her death in 1881. The cottage housed most of the Laveau family for nearly 100 years. It was from 1798 to 1897. Her grandmother, Marguerite Henry, purchased the lot in 1798, and it was set back off the street. It was kind of a square, and it was a one-story structure, but it had 4 outbuildings. One of the outbuildings itself was sort of 1.5 stories high. This meaning there was plenty of space for someone to take residence or stay in that area if they actually needed to. The Louisiana's Writers Project interviews that were conducted, they stated that Marie allowed many Choctaw women to camp out in her backyard, provided shelter for slaves who needed a safe place. Marie's grandmother had that house built as a result of her own blood, sweat and tears. Hard work, really hard work. She paid for it all to be built from her hard work. Upon her death, the house went into probate, and a resident in good standing came forward claiming the estate had owed him due to a lingering debt. Upon her death and them discovering that this debt was still there, Marie and a few other family members made the decision to put the house up for auction. It was then purchased by Christian Glapion, who allowed Marie's family to continue living there. The original structure is long gone, unfortunately. It's not there anymore. It's no longer standing. there is something else, we'll get into that in a minute, but St Anne Street is just important because it helps us understand how she grew up. Descriptions of her home are said to give up clues of her conjuring and her practice, and the site itself has many legends and tales. Legends and tales and myths are far more exciting than the actual reality, though, aren't they? Let's be fair. George William Knott, 1869 to 1946, promoted a magical version of how the house came to be lived in by the Voodoo Queen. So, the story goes, a man was in some real legal trouble, and he was from a good-standing family. The evidence against him was very strong, so his father went to Marie Laveau for help, obviously, promising Marie a good reward if she would get his son out of trouble completely. And as the story goes as legend, and it's not real, this is legend, myth, it is just a story. On the day of the court date of the young man, Marie entered the St. Louis Cathedral at dawn. She knelt at the altar rail for several hours with 3 guinea peppers in her mouth. Then she crept in the Kabul den next door, and it was like under, and she deposited these peppers under the judge's chair. Remember, the room next to the church was generally where judgment took place because the church were very involved as well back then. So she basically spat the peppers under the judge's chair. The young man was, of course, dismissed. And as promised, the father paid Marie by handing her the cottage on St. Anne's Street, and it's almost adjacent to the Congress Square. She lived there until her death. That is just a story. It is believed, of course, that it was Christophe that let them stay there, but that's just how legends go. They are created and they are fascinating. Who knows, maybe it was true. We can't really say, but according to records, Christophe bought it and let them live there. 1873, and this was 8 years before her death, the New Orleans Republican printed a description of the inside of the house, and it does kind of match the people that spoke about it for word of mouth. It matches their descriptions. The fact that workers had a private area for conjuring away from prying eyes, this is actually very true. We have, because... So in what I do as well, we have altars everywhere. We have many altars, but our actual working altar is not allowed to be shared. We cannot share it. So my altar changes all the time because I have a working altar, but I have general altars. The general altars are used for everyday things. My working altar is very particular to what it needs, and it does not, I don't show it, because that would then contaminate it, if you understand. So a real area, working area, altar, spell area, conjuring area, you would never share. You just wouldn't. And there's many whispers, obviously, of hidden rooms behind curtains of beads, and the fact that she had hidden rooms all over laundromats in New Orleans. There's loads of whispers like that. And it wasn't uncommon for workers to have a Catholic appearing altar in the front of the house where everybody could see, but out of the way in the back there would be a working conjuring altar. And working altars are not pretty. They would contain animal parts, jars of unknown potions, there'd be urine probably, there'd be sweat, there'd be hair, just very odd things, just, you can imagine. They would have, but it was needed, it was just how it is. It's standard practice to keep spell work out of sight, so no energies can interfere. The imaginations of people that don't really know much about conjuring, though, can absolutely run away with them. Hence, the description, it was surprising that it had been put in quite to word of mouth, because you expect them to exaggerate on it, don't you? You know, it was scantily furnished, a few chairs. It had an old table, and it did have a door that was covered by a beaded curtain that was attached to that room when it was closed. And it is believed that nobody was allowed in that room. Nobody at all, except for Maria herself, of course. It had a picture of water as well. For some reason that was important. But then they go in to say how it was embedded with supernatural powers and entities. And don't forget, the evil spirits, they're always about. You know what I mean, right? So, 1020 St. Anne Street actually now only mocks the original site, because the actual numbers, it's not, it's not right now, it's not there. So it's just a mock of the original home. The original Laveau cottage was torn down in 1903. A new structure was built over the same foundations. And the Paranormal Society researchers believe that the energy of Marie and her family and those who resided, the residual of conjurings, still reside at that location, and that's why it's featured on haunted tours in New Orleans. And there are also stories told of Marie Laveau's ghost walking down St. Anne's Street, wearing a long white dress and a white tignon tied in several points to signify a crown. I'm not saying people may not see her like that, because I do think if we see things, a lot of it can be to do with our mind, and I think we can put our own perception on what we're seeing, even if it's not what someone else sees, and we're still like, that's what I saw. Because I think things can appear to us very differently than they can to another person, because a lot of it has to do with our mind. But we do know, remember, from the beginning, she wouldn't have worn a tignon as such. Not many people said she ever did. So, I don't know. It's interesting, but I guess people who perceive her that way may see her that way as a spirit. Our mind's a fascinating thing. It can do a lot of things and make us see things and stuff, especially when we're feeling different emotions. I'm not saying that it's not a ghost either. That's not what I'm saying. It could absolutely be a spirit. I'm just saying, remember that we do know from what's been told of Marie Laveau, she didn't actually wear that. And her hair was to her shoulders and curly, so I don't know. Make of it what you will. I'm going to leave this part here because we've already got onto the 19-minute mark. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. Please leave a like and don't forget to subscribe. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Thanks for clicking. Please leave a like and subscribe, it really helps. Marie Laveau. Now, we're on to sort of the fourth part now, I guess, and we're looking at her as a devout Catholic, but we're also going to go on to the saffron scourge as well. This is not so bad, this part. Definitely easier than the other ones. It's not as dreadful, but viewer listen discretion is advised. Only listen if you're not going to be triggered or affected by any of what I am telling, because it is going to bring in the yellow fever and such, and some people can find that distressing. I personally love history and I love knowing about it, so if you want to learn about things like that, it's great, but listener discretion is advised. I won't say viewers, because I don't really put anything onto view, do I? That'd be daft. So Marie was known to have such a warm heart. She was very tender in nature. She never would refuse a summons from a suffering, no matter how bad or how dangerous the disease or the person was said to be. She laboured faithfully and earned long life friends. During the cholera and the yellow fever epidemics, she proved herself to be a noble woman going from patient to patient, straight to the next and to the next and to the next, administering to each of their needs, saving many from death. June 21st, 1821, an article wrote about Marie and her work, known by the Catholics as corporal works of mercy, charitable actions, the fact that she was helping neighbours, she was feeding the hungry, giving drink to those that needed drink, that were thirsty, clothing the naked, sheltering the homeless, and visiting the sick, burying the dead, and even visiting the imprisoned. Those principles derived from the teachings of Jesus. Basically, treat others as if they were Christ in disguise. And Marie Laveau lived in accordance of the works of mercy. She lived her life in full service to her community, and she engaged in core principles in her life's work. She's absolutely on record for nursing patients through the yellow fever, through the cholera, during the city's epidemics. And she provided food, housing for the poor. She sponsored education for the children and even posted bond for women accused of petty crimes. She visited condemned prisoners. She set up altars inside those prisons and she prayed with them, especially during their final hours. She also offered the use of family tombs. Yeah, I can't remember, I think it's one of the burial sites anyway, just one alone. She had strangers there because they couldn't afford a burial site. And there are 84 people at the site one. There's 84 people buried. They're at rest there in that tomb. But only 25 of those buried there, verified, are assumed to be family members. The rest that are buried there are people that she allowed to be buried there because they had nowhere else. Excuse me. I think that's quite heartwarming, isn't it? It's not done so much now, it's kept for family, but even back then, when you think about it, not having somewhere to place your family member's soul to rest, and she gave them that. There's 84 people buried in a Laveau tomb. Only 25 of them are family, or at least reported to be family members. I think that's pretty awesome. I just do. I really do. Father Antoine, by the way, he also sort of went about the workings with Marie. He was very charitable and he did the work along the side of the Catholic Church. You know, he followed her and he remembered her very well, and he definitely bonded with Marie. Father Pierre Antoine, that's his name. And I mean, they go back as well. He and Maria, they ministered together to the sick and the incarcerated. You know, he shared her dedication, but their relationship began when Marie was baptized by him. He baptized her. He was an important figure in her life, and he also married her. You know, it's not often we get that where the same priest or vicar is there throughout the life, actually. Round here it's quite rare anyway. Maybe in other parts it's not so rare, but it is here. He likely did school Marie, though, in the principles of the Catholic faith. You know, they even had a deal that Marie could do ritual work behind the church every Sunday. So after Mass on a Sunday in St. Anthony's Garden, Marie performed light rituals behind the St. Louis Cathedral. She promised rituals to her following, and obviously they would come to church for Mass. So the father agreed because at the end of the day he was getting more people in church attending Mass. Now, other voodoo leaders discouraged their followers from going to a Catholic church. Marie entwined the two. And Father Antoine, he also did not mind this. They binded the two together. I do believe that Father Antoine was at St. Louis Cathedral for more than 40 years altogether. He did have a break in between, but his time there was more than 40 years, which is a long time. Though Marie was described as an extremely devout Catholic, she definitely likely had voodoo in her lineage, passed through the women in her family. This is what happens with hoodoo, voodoo, witchcraft, the real stuff. The real stuff is passed on from family to family. There are things, for example, that I've got that I show very few people, and they think, I'm sure they think that they want to see it, but trust me, they don't. You don't need to see it because it's family business, if you get what I mean. And that is the difference with the real side of the witchcraft and the hoodoo and the voodoo is it is passed from family to family. It is not shared publicly. You might think it is. You might be excited like, oh, wow, look at this. The real deal? Mm-mm. Nope. It's just not. It's not. It's classed as family business. It's not to be broadcast everywhere, is it? That it just wouldn't work like that, would it? She was extremely well conjured in this kind of work, so she could do conjuring work. She was no stranger, though, to also having to cloak that conjuring work. So we have Papa Legbois. Papa Legbois is the key opener. He is the one that must be invoked in a voodoo ritual before invoking any others because he is the path holder. He directs, he opens paths, he closes paths. But he was actually called, there's a few different names for him, but I do know that it was Papa Limba, which, is different. And Mardi Gras, which is a celebration that everybody knows, you will hear people calling Laba. You'll hear it in the Mardi Gras. Well, that's Papa Legbois' actual part of his name and how he was called, and unfortunately, they shout this name, and he is the opener of roads, and he's conjured up, and they shout this name, and they don't actually realise what that name truly means. They don't know the roots of that name and how important it is. So that's something else to understand, that when you hear something like that as well, maybe the person that's using it doesn't fully appreciate and understand where it's coming from. Because it's been changed over time, people have changed it over time, and to them it may mean something completely different. They may not have any idea what they're actually saying, or they may have an idea of something new rather than what it actually is. So bear in mind when you see Mardi Gras and you hear that, that's Papa Legbois. She was a very successful nurse, Marie. And I know when I say nurse, you think of the nurses that we see in hospitals and things, but that wasn't the case back then, remember. There wasn't nurses like that. She would care, she would nurse so many, and she would use her skill and her knowledge in order to make them better. As soon as she was called upon by the sick, she absolutely responded very promptly, and this gave her extreme popularity and good standing. And then, of course, you have the other side, where it wasn't seen as being a healer, but she was seen as doing bad magic, and they dreaded her, they feared her, and she had unnatural skills, blah, blah, blah. You can read the Daily Picolood in 1881, and that states 67 yellow summers arrived in New Orleans between the years 1796 and 1905. And obviously this was called the yellow fever. However, it was also called yellow jack, black vomit, and the saffron scourge. And this plagued the city, and during this particular time, no one knew how it spread. No one had any idea, so they would flee, and the others would succumb to the illness, and they were burned, and they were buried. Thousands of people reportedly died, apparently stacked one upon the other in cemeteries. The stench of death permeating the streets, and at some point, people were dying faster than graves could be dug. This is where the saying comes, you'll be digging your own grave. It comes from the yellow fever, from the saffron scourge, because people were dying faster than the graves could be dug. Hence why we have, you'll be digging your own grave. If we take out these diseases, though, there are definitely reports out there that state, without disease, New Orleans was reported as being unsanitary. It was littered, it had rats, roaches, dead animals, and sewerage was being put into the Mississippi River, and that was people's source of drinking water. So obviously disease spread. New Orleans saw more than a fair share of diseases in addition to just the yellow fever. There was smallpox, there was typhus, there was TB, cholera, there was all that. And then there's the swamps and the lakes and the heat. The heat brings more mosquitoes, and more mosquitoes brings out more bites and more spreading of diseases. The saffron scourge, though, did not kill everyone. Many locals developed a resistance. Treatment for the disease included camphor around the neck, carrion garlic, full body soaks in vinegar, and chewing quan quan aya, and burning tar at night to purify the air. Physicians that work behind counters, they used bloodletting, leeching, purging, and mercury consumption. This usually sped up the deaths rather than prevent them or slow them down. In 1812, mercury caused the death of many military men. There were so many deaths due to that, actually, due to their treatment rather than the actual disease. During the public health crisis, Marie Laveau, obviously, she nursed many of the sick, and it's possible her healing methods were more close to the folk variety, that side of healing. The, let's say, herbal teas, soups, massages, baths, prayers, and energy-giving methods. What's important to note, Louisiana Van Van, which is, by the way, vervain, was grown in the courtyard of the New Orleans pharmacy for medicinal purposes because vervain was found to be a cure for yellow fever. You would express the juice of the leaves, and in small doses it would be given 3 times a day along with an enema, and that was said to be the cure for yellow fever. Even in the most threatening stages, hardly any deaths were reported to occur when vervain was used in this way. I have vervain, I grow vervain, amongst other things. It's actually hung up in my shed right now, drying out, and I'm sure it's ready near enough to, but I have to wear gloves when I'm doing it. So vervain's very important, and I know it's classed as toxic now and is poisonous, but it's not really. It's more about the usage of it. Anything is poisonous, anything is toxic when ingested or taken in at large amounts. Just remember that. When the cholera struck in Louisiana, New Orleans, mainly central, I think, Marie was credited for saving hundreds of lives. With the cholera came cramps, but by the time these cramps came, it was said that within 10 minutes, if the person wasn't relieved of the cramps, they would die within 10 minutes. And her remedy reportedly did the trick. It was said she made a charm of brimstone, tar, and feathers, lighting it under the noses of those who were sick, and it would immediately alleviate the cramps. Many other women, like Marie, they had exceptional herbal abilities, curative abilities that were successful. The success rate of these women was magical to those inflicted by the diseases. Of course it was. Doctors were envious and rather curious regarding the knowledge of the women and the power of their skills. Soups, the teas, the massages, the oils, the amulet, everything they wanted to know. And these women were of the highest people. They were the best healers. Yet, they were called deadly, secretive. They were demonized. They were held in dread. They were the cause of the work of the devil, of course, And though on the surface, the Catholic Church seemed to accept voodoo, underneath they did have the desire to completely wipe out voodoo. Protestants were the same. They did not like voodooists. They thought they were wild and a shame. It was a shameful life. And the Pentecostal rebuke anything that is spiritual or even, voodoo, but anything that's to do with herbs. They believe illness comes from doing herbal practice. This was back then, not now. I don't know so much now. I'm not really looked into it. I'm talking about back then. That is what they believed. But these women, they brought the best remedies. They had amazing knowledge. And the amount of people that they saved was was damn amazing. It was good. And Marie had that knowledge and she brought it and she used it and she saved people's lives. For God's sake, she gave people a place to rest when they had nowhere. I mean, I'm just like, wow. That's just, what an amazing woman, guys. What an amazing woman to do that. It just touches my heart. I just love it. But the problem is as well, isn't it, is let's look at what's happening right now. When are they going to let the herbalists come in and teach the pharmaceutical people? When are they going to do that? Because, let's be honest, it's probably already on this earth what we need. We probably grow it, or are growing it, or could grow it. But it'll never be looked at, will it? Because then the pharmacies will lose money. And if the pharmacies lose money, the herbalists take over. And they don't want that. They don't want that. I'm sorry, but it's true. There's too much money in the pharmaceutical area. There's just too much. That's why doctors are so easily give out these opioids and things. They want you to be addicted to them because it keeps you coming back for more. That's my theory on that, but that's just my theory and my personal views. Please don't take that as fact. It's just my personal idea of things, is that the more herbal methods are probably the best, and unfortunately they will never be looked into as much as all this other crap they shove in there. But like I say, that's my personal view. Anyway, I'm going to leave this episode here because it's nearly been like 19 minutes and that's long enough. Thank you for listening. I shall see you in the next episode, and many blessings. Welcome everyone, welcome back to my channel. So we're on Marie Laveau. This is probably, I think, part 5 we're on now. Let's look at different court cases and things like that. We'll go from there, I suppose. Marie was often placed at the stand at courts, yet she never unsealed her lips. Not even when she was threatened with prison. Only when families were cruel to their dependents and they were mean and arrogant, that's when she would tell the courts all she knew. She would give out information that brought disgrace upon those, but they would have to be particularly mean and arrogant people. She wouldn't do it to just anybody. Generally, she kept her lips very sealed. Only to the mean did she give her wrath, and you did not want to be part of that, trust me. The Staunton Spectator and General Advisor, June 21st, 1881, states, "The Marie Laveau legend has stories about her knack for winning court cases." And this is sort of one of the stories, and it's the one that's in the Staunton Spectator from June 21st, 1881. And it's regarding the house that we talked about, the little cottage that she grew up in, that all the family grew up in, but on St. Anne Street. So let's all look at this story. Marie supposedly gained the cottage through a court case. The other story is that a gentleman approached Marie begging for help. His son was accused of raping a young woman of noble standing with money. The boy's family had no standing and was without money. And he told Marie he would lose no matter what and begged her for help. He offered her the cottage and any money that he could put together. Of course, Marie was very excellent, very business savvy, and she had faith too, which is very important. So she said to the man that she would, but first she wanted to speak with the young boy and his attorney. Now, when we say young boy, young man, we could mean someone who is over 18. It doesn't necessarily mean someone under that age, just so we're clear on that. This could be a young man at 16, it could be a young man at 17, 18. We don't know, just a young man. After Marie spoke to the boy and the attorney, Marie came to the conclusion it was actually the girl's father accusing the boy of rape and not the girl. It was unrequited love. It was that standing, wasn't it, that he's from somewhere of importance and she's not. So therefore the parents were not going to allow it. She worked out that that's the kind of thing she was dealing with. And Marie believed the young man was innocent because the young lady did love him too. So it was more of a class disliking of the father. So she agreed to take their offer. And it is said she made 3 gree bags, placing all of them very strategically in the courtroom before the trial. And as with all cases that Marie took, she obviously won. The boy was found innocent. And this is obviously an untrue story. It is just a story because the cottage in which she grew up, St. Anne's Cottage, her grandmother bought and built with her own, blood and sweat. And it stayed in the Laveau family for generations. So we know it's just a story, but it shows how fantastic the influence of folklore can be. And the fact that it can, come up with these stories just from the fact that Marie won court cases, because she did win every court case. She won every case. It's actually rich. She won them all. And that became attributed to her conjuring, to her magic. Yet, let's look at it from a different perspective for just a minute. I am not saying she was not a voodoo queen. I truly believe she was a voodoo queen, but her core was Catholicism, but I do believe that. However, we need to look at the facts, and the facts are that Marie was quite influential in dealing with the regal clients, and she had a lot of information regarding them. She knew things, secrets that people didn't want to get out. They didn't want that to be out there. It would bring shame and disgrace, wouldn't it? But more importantly, she actually had insight into the personal lives of all the judges that were in power. She knew things about them that others did not. She had interacted with their family and their wives and got all of their secrets. I am pretty sure this played... Sorry guys, the dogs went off on one because someone made a noise. That's all it takes. Anyway, so we have to consider the fact that she knew all their secrets, even the judges. She'd been part of their lives and structured into their family. So, I mean, back in those days, it would definitely be a way of winning cases, I would say. But she was well known as well for visiting those that were condemned to death. And she would offer spiritual assistance, aiding them to release their sins so they could meet their saviour when leaving this life. Prisoners considered her visits a blessing, and she could even get a pardon to change their fate. The parish prison was a slave institution where they sort of waited, and it was quite sorrowful, really. I'm not going to go into detail, but let's just say it wasn't the best of circumstances, was it? They would wait on death row, and the worst of the worst was said to reside there. I believe it's still meant to be the case today. The worst of the worst reside there. Yet this place was normal for Marie to visit. Very normal indeed. May 1871. She became involved in the case of Pedro Abriel and Vincent Bayumay. She arrived at the prison dressed in white, with flowers, candles, and decorations in hand. For 3 days, she constructed a powerful altar of penance for the men, decorating them. There was more than one altar, decorating them in traditional New Orleans voodoo style. The 3-tier altars she constructed were described in an article, and this was by the New Orleans Daily Picayune. I believe it's called Picayune. Anyway, for more than 20 years, an old woman of colour has come to their cell, preparing altars for them. This woman is Marie Laveau, better known as the priestess of the voodoos. Arriving at the prison yesterday morning, she proceeded at once to prepare an altar for the men. This consisted of a box about 3 feet square. Above that are 3 pyramidal boxes rising to a small apex, upon which is placed a small figure of the Virgin. The entire altar is draped in white, and at each end of the shelving is a vase of green and white artificial flowers. Beside those vase of flowers are a smaller vase of pink and white camellias. In the centre rests a prayer book in Spanish and framed in gold. Leaning against the altar and hung around the cell are pictures of saints. A muslin cloth is embroidered and closed. The aspect of the altar is simply beautiful. The reason this article is of importance that was written is because it's the only article ever giving us an insight into how voodoo altars were constructed. At the time of Marie Laveau, of course, now you can find many, but we're talking about the time as when she did them. That's how they were constructed. They were very much symmetrical. They were parametrical. They're honest, just like beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I'm sure there'll be some people that still do them like this. I'm sure that they will. But yeah, these were stunning. They're still built this way, even with some minor changes today, but they are still built that way. The Spanish book in the middle was most likely probably a Catholic missal or a spiritualist prayer book, as both religions were very present at the time, so they could have even been intertwined. No one knows what was in that book. They just know that it was Spanish. So yeah, that's what she did regarding court and regarding the justice of others and how she built her altars. I don't like leaving them too long, and sometimes I can do that by accident, so I'll leave this one here. Please hit that like and subscribe because it really helps. Thanks for listening and many blessings. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Please hit the like, it really helps, it's free. Subscribe and share. I would like to grow, even if not monetized, I would still like to grow. Please bear that in mind. Thank you very much. Let's look at Marie Laveau II. Much confusion over this, guys. I've looked, I've researched, there's so much confusion. Now, do you remember at the beginning of our episodes where we discussed the daughters, the children, I suppose, that she had with Jacques Ferry, which were, that was a husband, but yet there's no records of them, and there is talk of lost records of death certificates and such. Well, when she was with Christophe, she had 2 more daughters. Marie Philemon, or Philemon, depends how you want to pronounce it. She apparently stepped into the shoes of Marie Laveau, so it's said by many. Her other daughter was called Marie Eloise, and she was born in 1827, but she also died in 1862. Marie Philemon, born 1836, died 1897. Those are their middle names, by the way, not their last names, so it would be Marie Philemon Laveau, that's how it went. So Marie Eloise died, and therefore we assume she couldn't continue in her mother's footsteps. In the Louisiana's Writers' Reviews, interviews took place naming Marie Philemon, not Marie Eloise. She's not named in there. Marie Philemon Globiant was often referred to as Madame Legendre, spelt quite a few ways, might I add. She was a devout Catholic like her mother, but apparently had no interest in voodoo, making her unlikely to be a successor, though they're stories. But if there was a Marie II, it would be Marie Philemon. She lived with her mother, so she was probably at least schooled in voodoo. And at the time, voodoo was cloaked under Catholicism, so maybe she kind of learned one that was both of those. That's what Marie did, didn't she? She incorporated both, so we just don't know. We don't know for a fact. And we don't know about the social things that went on in their house. I mean, it was before her mum's death, it was very discreet, and there's not much known about Marie's childhood, let alone her daughter's childhood. It was kept that way for a reason, and I think that's pretty nice. It's hard to keep things secretive now, isn't it? It's so hard, and I see it. You see it on the news and everywhere about celebrities and their children and things like that. So to be able to keep them cloaked and what happened when they were little cloaked is quite a really well, it interests me. I think it's lovely. She was a very devoted daughter, though. Was both her daughters were, but she was definitely, and the papers do state that she did deny any involvement in voodoo and denied that her mother was a voodoo queen. It's said many are quick to put out that Marie's work was only due to her being a Catholic in aid of stamping out the voodoo involvement. Then on the other hand, Marie II has also been called quite a few other names. She was called crazy, wild, the voodoo queen. She was out of her mind. She was like her mother, who sacrificed animals, drinking their blood, performing orgies and rituals by the Louisiana swamps, running a brothel too. Apparently, she wasn't as warm as her mother either, and some called her a terrible woman, worse than her mother. Of course, just understand, these are stories, fictional stories. Marie II was reported by a woman called Martha Gray. So, whether this is true or not, we don't actually know. But anyway, Martha Gray did report that she knew of some insight into the house, and she did state there was an altar with red lamps. The red lamps alone would get you indicated as a voodoo worshipper, a voodoo woman, as they were very much attributed to the Petra spirits, the Petra. Depends how you pronounce it. So it's Petra, and some pronounce it Petra, Petra, Petra. It's honestly Petra. It depends how you want to pronounce it. And those are spirits of voodoo, and they are sort of the fire. They're the fire element, I guess, if you want to look at it like that. Because lamps are often colour coordinated to spirits. Not necessarily meaning destruction, though it could be new creation and things, you know. People obviously think fire's destructive. Well, actually it's not, it's purifying. But, yeah. Marie II is said to have drowned in 1987 while crossing the flooded lake Pontchartrain, according to the law. There's also other stories too, and one of these stories is fantastical. Listen this. There was a very bad storm. This storm carried her away in her cabin, and she stood upon her cabin and refused to be rescued. She did not want to be rescued. She said the storm had come to take her, she was going with the storm, and that was how it was going to be. And as the storm took her in her cabin and wished her down this lake, she was indeed rescued with resistance. And apparently, only when her bare foot touched upon the other side of the lake did the lightning, thunder, wind, and rain cease to stop. It did not stop until her bare foot rested upon land. It's quite an interesting story, fantastical story, in fact. She did live in the same cottage as her mother. She lived with her mother up until her death, and she raised her own children there. Marie Laveau is referred to as Madame Laveau, where her daughter is Mademoiselle Vaux. It's just to separate the mother and the daughter, that is all. There's so many conflicting stories regarding Marie II. Some even think none of her daughters took on the voodoo queen. Excuse me. And that they never did, nor did they ever want to carry on the work from the mother. It's also come into question that articles simply got it wrong altogether. Listen, this is very interesting indeed. Well, I find it interesting. So according to some articles, there was a misidentification at rituals, and in fact, it was another voodoo queen taking part that looked similar to Marie Laveau. Lavena Latour, that was her name, is said to be possible that Lavena Latour was indeed the voodoo queen, and it was never Marie Laveau at all, and papers simply got them mixed up. But being women that they were, they would not go and rectify this. They would just let them speculate and leave it as it was. 5 years roughly after her husband's death, Christophe, Marie became ill. So 5 years after Christophe died, Marie did become ill, and she was more than often bedridden. Her health deteriorated and she aged until she wasn't able to leave her bed at all. And according to some news articles, she spent her days lying in an old large walnut bed in the front room of her little house that she never left. And you can sort of see that in your head, I think. I have visions of her, but being surrounded, you know, I can anyway, I definitely can. Of course, her room had an altar and saintly pictures and crosses. It's important to note Christoph left her financially destitute. He died without a will and in state of dissolvency. The Civil War followed his death. Though things changed around her, it's said that there was still much activity going on in the Lavaux home. She continued allowing family members to remain living there. She welcomed anyone in need. She continued to give out advice and do her acts of mercy. Whatever funds she managed to acquire, she shared with others when they needed. She was not a wealthy woman who made, obviously, loads of money from voodoo. She wasn't. That's myth. That's myth. She shared everything with people who needed it. She lived by her means. Now, I don't know about you, but it's changed my whole view on Marie Laveau, having to delve into her history and looking at her from whom she really was. I see her as no matter what she practiced, she was an angel. She was like an angel. She was doing angel's work. I mean, I honour her. I honour Marie Laveau. I think she was an amazing woman, do you not? 1886, journalist George Cable published what is believed to be the last but the first-hand account of Marie Laveau. I once saw, in extreme old age, the famed Marie Laveau. She sat shaking with feebleness and ill in an old rocking chair, her body bowed, her long grey witch's tresses hanging about her yellow shrivelled neck. The queen of the voodoos. 3 generations were helping. One could see now, her face drawn, aged and withered, was handsome and commanding, and still a faint shadow of departed beauty in the forehead, the spark of an old fire in the eyes that sunk in those glistening eyes, a fine aquiline nose, and a silent, woe-begun mouth. Beautiful description, isn't it? Her daughter was also present, a woman of some 70 years, and a most striking and majestic figure in features, stature, and bearing. She was regal. June 15th, 1851. Marie Catherine Laveau died following a long illness at her home on St. Anne Street. Her daughter, Marie Philemon, by her side. Her death certificate does state she died of natural causes associated with diarrhea. She was offered a good funeral, attained by the diverse crowd of people, rich and poor. She was buried in St. Louis's Cemetery, number 1. There's 2 cemeteries, we'll get there. She was buried in the first. She was placed in the middle tomb. Not long after, the tomb became a pilgrimage site for voodoo practitioners and tourists. 2 days after her death, the New Orleans Democrat printed her obituary. 2 other articles were printed 3 days after her death by the Daily Picayune, which tells and shows of her stark differences of her life and character as perceived by so many. 6 articles in total were printed about her death. Marie Laveau's tomb and resting place are in the eldest cemetery of New Orleans. I'm going to leave that bit here, guys. That's what we're going to finish with today, because the next one gets more interesting, I can assure you. Pretty soon we'll be done with Marie's life. Whether you want to learn about her magic, I'm not sure I'm willing to share that one. It's some pretty interesting stuff. Thanks for listening. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. This is Marie Laveau continued, and this is, now she's passed on. So we're on to sort of the cemetery the area, I guess. And New Orleans, built on swampland, it means that obviously the tombs were not underground, they were above ground because they didn't want the bodies to resurface and float away. What's important to note is back then, though, it usually meant that only the rich were put in these sorts of tombs and the poor they were just put in a ground. Yeah. But I mean, it's not like that now, and it's not used like that now, but that's what it was back then. Only the elaborate crypts and tombs were for those of money. Marie, people came together to make sure she got a beautiful tomb, very decorative in works and sculptures. There's adorned plots that are just beautiful, and apparently they appear like little cities, hence the nickname Cities of the Dead or City of the Dead. These cemeteries, they attract a lot of visitors each year. Marie's gravesite is part of the New Orleans geography because it's a very powerful space, and it turned into a pilgrim site. People from all over the world visit and interact over the years. Speculation, though, has been thrown about whether she actually does reside there in that particular plot. This is because of the vault in St. Louis Cemetery number 2, where locals insist she is buried, and I do believe it does have a name called the Tomb of Widow Paris, which, if you remember, she was Widow Paris after Jacques Paris was assumed dead. The locals insist that is where she's buried. It's really important to note that factual evidence, the obituary states, she is in Tomb 1, Cemetery 1, she is in that tomb. It's also said that it is actually possible her family moved her body from Cemetery 1 to the Wishing Vault at Cemetery 2. But there's no records at all for that vault or Cemetery number 2 in that space in particular. There's no records to say he was actually buried there. But it's known as the widower of Paris's vault, the grave vault area. So I'm not sure, but there's no actual evidence. The obituary does state that she's in Tomb 1. Cemetery 1, the middle tomb. So, these are probably just legends, I'm not sure. There's other legends as well that she was moved somewhere else. There's also a legend of the unmarked grave in Cemetery 2 with nothing but crosses on it and offerings, voodoo offerings that are left there. I mean, they are left at 1 and 2, but there's an unmarked grave at number 2 where, looking at it, looks like it's a Marie site, but it's an unmarked grave. It has nothing on it. So, who knows? But the obituary, the evidence states she's laid to rest in Cemetery 1 in the middle tomb. Remember, there are others buried around her because they couldn't afford. So this is when she had money, though. We have to remember as well that she was okay for money when Christophe was around, but as soon as Christophe died, he left her destitute. She was fine when he was there, but when he left her destitute. That's why others ended up paying for her tomb. Yet she'd paid for so many others to be laid around her. So, yeah, we find that interesting, because then you've got the story of, well, if others paid for her elaborate tomb, was it just a basic tomb that was paid for? That's why they laid the others around it, and the actual funeral cost wasn't paid for. So it brings about a bit of speculation there to actually understanding it, doesn't it? It's hard to note. During the 1980s was when the site was seen as a place to bring people to visit, This is when it became sort of a tourist attraction, and you had tourist guides and things. They had the gift of the gab. So that's why so many stories emerged from their tales, from these tourist people tales. And all this changed, unfortunately, on December the 24th, 2013. Not so far back, guys. There was a post, and it was on Facebook, and I do believe her name is Dorothy Morrison. She's an occult writer. She's a very esteemed occult writer. Of a disturbing discovery that she made. Someone had painted on Marie's tomb pastel pink, and there was quite disgust in that. And she made the request for the person to be found whom had actually done it. You see, the tombs in that cemetery were maintained by family members. So many of those graves now and tombs and stuff, they are actually orphaned. No one maintains them. The last family member buried apparently was in 1957 that was linked back to Marie Laveau. So since then, no one's been responsible for taking care of the tomb. As a result, it's quite often they go without restoration. So it's quite sad, but yeah. And there was very, very much a spark of, oh, that's so disgusting and how dreadful. But if we look at pink as a colour in voodoo, it's actually quite symbolic, and it means nothing short of true honour and true friendship and true love and a coming together of the community. So some saw it as a positive thing and some saw it as a bad thing. So after this, and because the graves were obviously not being upkept because they were orphaned, many of the people were dead, this brought about, I do believe it was what's it called? Save Our Cemeteries. It's what was brought together, it was formed so that Marie's tomb could have restoration, and it was restorated and revealed 2014 on Halloween Day. Mr. Barrett brought a story. This is a story forwarded, but apparently Mr. Barrett believes this story could be true, you know. Whether it is or not, we don't know. So let's say, I'm not going to mention names, but someone wanted the tomb to be cut off from any access. And this is what he was petitioning for, to completely cut off the tomb from any access of people, no worshippers, no way to honour her. He woke up the next morning with his bedroom full of snakes, and after that, he encountered a lot of cottonmouths wherever he went, including apparently one turning up in his fridge. Yeah, it's a story. There are many stories like it, but I do find them interesting. The cemetery itself was cut off from public access, as we know, altogether, and you can only visit Marie's grave now, and it requires you to have a tour guide and probably pay a lot of money, which is sad because she wouldn't agree with that. Looking at Marie as a person, I don't think she'd agree with that. I think she would want people to be able to visit and honour her on their own terms, but it is what it is. Now, apparently, it's said that the very beginning, many women would go and they would put 3 cross marks on Marie's tomb by using broken red bricks from nearby graves. And these crosses are not apparently traditional in voodoo, some say, and it's said tourists brought them. However, it's important to know that that couldn't be so, because the women that traditionally would do this was before all this came about, the tourist attraction and stuff. Now, in Haitian voodoo, it's called, I think, if I pronounce it right, the Quashum, or Quashuim, something like that. I can't get it right, but it's something like that is what a cross is called, the Quashum. And it signifies a point of power, but it's well known for Marie did. Marie marked the ground with 3 crosses near graves when she was doing conjuring work, and then you would knock on the tomb 3 times. So it could be a tradition that even came from her, you know. Putting crosses on graves is a sign of devotion and to honour her. But remember, it's now illegal. That's actually now called desecration of graves. Back then it wasn't. It was a way to honour her and show devotion. Now it's, you just get arrested for it because it's illegal. Because, you know, they control everything, that being one aspect. There are other stories of 3 beautiful ladies who would enter the Louisiana Cemetery, and they would knock on each tomb as they passed 3 times. They would take red brick dust and they would put on Marie's tomb 3 red crosses. Then they would knock on her tomb 3 times. They would then whisper their intentions to Marie Laveau and leave her offerings and walk away. This is known as the wishing ritual. And of course, it can't be done anymore because you would have to get to the grave, you would have to put your brick dust on it, you know, it's not done like that anymore. It's done a very different way. But that is the basic of Marie's life. We have completed Marie's life. There is nothing on her childhood. There's nothing on her daughter's childhood. There is nothing to state she had a successor. There is really quite contradicting stories regarding what she practiced, but she definitely incorporated both, is my belief. She incorporated both, and I think she had true faith in both. Even whether she was the voodoo queen has been speculated. They believe it could have been this other woman, and they were mixed up. And women like them would not come forth and say, you are wrong. Another point to make is please remember that many people would call Marie a woman of colour, which is not right. We don't use that now. But the point is, she actually wasn't, believe it or not. So, well, many people state she wasn't. Her friends state she wasn't. People that grew up around her state she wasn't. So it's interesting to look at it all and think, well, are we ever going to know the truth? I can't say we are, because it's long gone. I can only give you the evidence of what's there, which I've given you: birth certificates, death certificates, times, and what's in obituaries. What's been written in news articles cannot be taken as fact, remember. The news is pretty good at mixing things up. Whether you want to learn about voodoo magic is entirely up to you. I'll probably bring some, why not? It makes me chuckle just thinking about it, because I'm thinking, oh, I can imagine these people trying this stuff. But yeah, things are done very differently now anyway. You know, things have been taken out, made illegal, so we have to do them differently. Thank you for listening. I hope you've enjoyed our life. I'm sure you have. I know I have, and I will look at it very differently after doing all the research that I've done. And I've handwritten everything that I've written. If anybody wants the information that I've handwritten, all you have to do is email me and you can have it. I'll send you the book, my handwritten books that I've done. I do not mind. I'll send them you for free. Everything that I do, I handwrite. I take notes or I handwrite it in a way that it can be reused. So honestly, if anyone's interested in any handwritten works that I've done on any of my channels, ask me. Just ask me. I'm happy to send. Anyway, guys, many blessings. Thank you for being on this journey with me, and the next any Udo upload after this will be about magic. Thanks, guys. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. We are on Wicca, and we're going to go into divination now. Firstly, I am not a Wiccan. I don't practice Wicca. I do have various diplomas in the craft, Wicca included, because of all the research I've done. All I'm doing is sharing what I have learnt. Please remember, you're your own person. You will know your own path. And understand that it's important to research, and research. There's so much out there for us to learn. It doesn't hurt by looking into which path suits you the best. It really doesn't. With that said, let's get into this episode. So, believe it or not, dreaming can be classed as a form of divination in some cultures, in some covens even. The various dream symbols tend to represent something that's happening in our normal, natural life. So what we're going to do is go through a few of those dream symbols and basic meanings, but the problem with dream symbols is generally you have to put a few together to understand it more clearly. And this is why we have a dream journal. For example, not last night but the night before, I had a dream, and it was very vivid, and there were three men, and a gas station, garage, depends where you are and what you call it, that I'd never seen before in my life. These three men had masks on, full black balaclavas. You could see their eyes, and you could see the mouth. And they went to rob this garage gas station. Something went wrong, and one of the men had a fake gun, but in the end they all ran. They tried to rob it and failed, and they all ran. And then there was a fire started, and that's where I woke up. A very bizarre dream. Very bizarre dream. So that's why we have a dream journal, so that we can write down what we remember, but not just what we remember. We can look for habits and patterns within our dreams. So with that being said, we're going to have a look at a few basic meanings, but there are many meanings out there, and I think you have to understand it will be personal to you what the meaning truly is. So let's get into it, shall we? And many of us do dream of animals. Animals are extremely common. This is meant to represent the parts of our mind that feels connected to nature and survival. Being chased by a predator suggests you're holding back repressed emotions, maybe fear, anger or aggression. Being at one with an animal and having a connection with an animal means there's friendship, bonding, not just with nature, it could even be with a person, and that person in your dreams being symbolized by this animal. It can also mean that that's your spirit animal, your inner strength that you call upon when needed. It's important to understand the meanings are various, and like I say, you will understand it as being personal to you, a dream that you may have and feel those emotions. You'll know from the feeling that it gives. And, someone else could have a very similar dream, but the feelings may be completely different. It all depends. Babies in a dream. This is more or less exactly what you would think, a desire to have children or produce offspring, your own vulnerability. The need to feel loved, but it can also signify a new start. Like I say, the different aspects in the dream put together will determine this. If you dream of being chased, and it's an extremely common dream symbol, is this. It's, many do have these dreams. This can mean that you feel threatened. It's about reflecting on who's chasing you and why. Are they a possible threat in your real life? Could they be a threat in your real life? Who knows? But that's what we would suggest looking at if you dream of being chased. Regardless of what you're being chased by, it generally means that you do feel threatened in some part of your real life, so they say. Dreaming of clothing is more of a statement of how people perceive you, how you think people perceive you. If it's worn out clothing, you may feel unattractive or worn out yourself. Changing what you wear may reflect a lifestyle change. So that's three things. If it's normal clothing, it's a statement of how you believe people perceive you. If it's worn out clothing, it could mean that right now you're not feeling at your best, you're feeling worn out, you're feeling unattractive. And if you're dreaming of changing various outfits, this could be a reflection of a real lifestyle change happening in everyday life. Crosses. Crosses are very difficult because they can be interpreted in so many different ways. Balance, death, a particular phase in your life that could be ending. It's very specific circumstances, and you may need to delve deeper to truly understand and define what's behind seeing the crosses. Exams. This can actually mean self-evaluation, self-exam. It's reflecting part of your personality, something in your life under inspection by ourselves. So it's like us reevaluating a certain path or a certain thing that we are following, and we start to reevaluate that. It may show up in a dream as an exam. So it doesn't necessarily mean a writing exam and things like that. It means more that we are evaluating something in our everyday life, or we need to evaluate something in our everyday life. Death. The death of a friend or a loved one represents endings and new beginnings. Death is not a prediction of death. It does not mean kaput, gone. It's all about changes. It depends how the death is portrayed. The death of an animal can signify the loss of loyalty to someone within your everyday life. The death of a friend or a family member is all about there's some endings to come in everyday life to begin new beginnings that are better and more happier times. So please don't see it as a negative, because it really isn't. It's actually a positive. And I think people, misconstrued by the word death. Death does not mean death, to die. It means something will end for something new to begin. And I think it's important people understand that. It's the same as in tarot. The death card doesn't mean anything about death. It just means change is on its way, that's all. And a lot of people are scared of that card, and please do not be. Nothing to fear in that card at all. Falling is one of the most extremely common dreams, let's be honest. Now, this could be relating to anxieties, losing control and feeling like you're failing in some way or another. So let's say you are in college and you're doing many exams and you feel like you're not doing well enough. You could have a dream of falling, and that's how simple it is. That's the best way to describe it for you. It can also signify that you have some anxieties in everyday life that you need to let go of. Like I say, generally there's more than one symbol in a dream, and we have to put them together to work out the full story, hence why we have a journal. A faulty machinery, which is not so rare, but has come up quite a few times in some of my pupils, I might add. This is caused by the language centre being shut down while asleep. It sort of represents performance anxiety, like being able to dial numbers on a phone, search the net, or read time within a dream. Usually in dreams, certain things are not so common, like dialing a phone but seeing the full number, looking at the clocks and them all having the right time or working properly. If we see that, usually it means that it's possible we're having some sort of anxiety, performance anxiety. It does not necessarily mean performance on a stage, just performance in your life in general in some sort of aspect. It's quite a difficult one, it's not that common. Dreams of food. This symbolises knowledge, because what does food do? It nourishes the body, just as information nourishes the brain. Of course, it could just be food that you're dreaming of, but generally there's a deeper meaning to it. So if you dream of eating an apple, you're dreaming of gaining knowledge. A red apple usually signifies forbidden love, or knowledge of a forbidden love. if you're dreaming of chocolate and chocolate cake, it's comfort. You know, you're taking comfort in your dreams for your everyday life. So it can alter, you know, from time to time what the food means. Demons. And these are repressed emotions and are nothing to do with actual demons at all. The thing is with that word is it's been changed, altered, misconstrued over time. So much, it's unreal. So much, it's unreal. And demons at one stage were used for parts of ourselves that other people did not like or we did not like. It was almost part of our personality trait. You know, it was part of what was in us, a part that's not so nice or that's seen as not so nice by others. Even if it was just different, but yet still good, because it's different, it could have been called a demon inside you, which is silly. That's why it signifies the repressed emotions that you secretly have and the need for change of your behaviours for the better in your real everyday life. Now, when it comes to hair, this is tied to sexuality. And this is according to Freud, and I like Sigmund Freud. I've read a lot of his work. Abundant hair is a sign of virility, and cutting hair is a sign of loss of libido. So it's all about sexuality. And it's like, so let's say you had a dream where you're wearing worn out clothing, okay, and there's a demon somewhere in that dream, and then your hair is in that dream and it's being cut. To put all that together, what we would say is you have some emotions in your life against a particular person that makes you feel worn out and unattractive. So therefore you have a loss of libido towards them. Do you see how it works? You kind of have to put them together and make that connection that's personal to you. However, to simply go bald in a dream, it's just symbolising that you may fear going bald in real life, you know. Hands. The dream of hands depends on how they are. So when they're tied up, this can represent, well, it can represent feelings of futility, I guess, and washing the hands is a sign of guilt, apparently. Looking closely at your hands is a very good way to become lucid in your dreams. So if you're sleepy, but you're not ready to actually go into full sleep, because it's very hard to get that correct balance, it really is. Looking at your hands closely apparently can help you go into lucid dreaming. I've never done it that way. I've not tried it that way, but it's just something I'm throwing out there. Houses, they're quite common, you know, and they host many common symbols as well. Buildings as a whole represent your inner psyche. Each room or floor can symbolise different emotions, memories, interpretations of meaningful events, even past lives. So if you dream of buildings and houses that have various rooms, note down each room, the actual building, the feelings that you feel when you're in there. It can unlock some pretty important things to your everyday life. It just depends. So, killing. This does not make you a closet murderer, okay? It represents your desire to kill part of your personality. It can also mean that you have some sort of hostility towards a particular person. So don't worry, you're not about to go on a killing rampage if you're dreaming of that. You just need to make some changes in your everyday life. Marriage. This can actually be a literal desire to wed, you know, or merge the feminine and the masculine parts of your psyche. So it depends. It could be that you naturally do want to get married and you have someone in mind. Or it could be that you just want to be balanced in your psyche with the feminine and the masculine. Missing a flight, or any kind of transport to be fair, it's another common dream. And it generally means that in everyday life, you're revealing I can't speak tonight, guys. You're revealing frustration over missing important opportunities in your life. It's most common when you're struggling to make a big decision in everyday life. Money can symbolize self-worth in a dream. Exchanging money may show that you're anticipating some changes in your life, usually in career, business, etc. Mountains signify obstacles. If you dream of climbing over a mountain, this is a true feeling of an achievement in your everyday life. Viewing a landscape from the top of the mountain can symbolize your life is under review without conscious prejudice, and you wouldn't necessarily know it. To not be able to get over a mountain means that there is obstacles that you are finding hard to get over in everyday life, so you may need to look at another option, another way around the situation. Another extremely common symbol in dreams is nudity. Yep, it's one of the most common. There's a few very common ones, and this is definitely in there. This is about revealing your true self to others. You may feel vulnerable and exposed to others when you're showing off nudity. It can also suggest sexual urges or a desire for recognition. It just depends. People or characters within a dream, these are a reflection of our own psyche, and they kind of may demonstrate certain aspects of our own personality. Radio and TVs symbolize communication. It's channeling, isn't it? So this it's channels between the conscious and the subconscious minds. It's lucid, ask a question, see if you get an answer, which is a bizarre thing to do, but if you can go into a dream where there is some sort of communication from TVs, from telephones, from radio stations, and you can actually remember to ask that question and get an answer, you're lucid dreaming. Because in lucid dreaming, we control our dreams. To dream of roads convey directions in life. It is time to question the current life path you are on. So it is said. Schools are quite common as well. It's about dreams. See, this generally comes with children and teenagers as such, because it's a dream that's like they need to understand that you are fulfilling your life's lessons. The need to dream about being in school and becoming an adult. So it's definitely more common in children and teenagers. Sex dreams can symbolize intimacy and the literal desire for sex, obviously. It may demonstrate the unification of unconscious emotions with conscious recognition, showing a new awareness and personal growth. Teachers can represent an authority figure, one that's in your life and is a power to enlightenment for you. Teachers are important in dreams because they're going to give you knowledge you have not yet gained in everyday life. Teeth, believe it or not, it belongs with the common category. If you dream of losing your teeth, it can mark a fear of getting old, becoming unattractive to others, I guess. When you dream of what we know as the fake teeth, the veneers, it can represent either a possibility, something in your life that's fake, someone in your life that's fake, or a part of you that you're faking, or even just the desire to have nice teeth. It really does vary. trapped. So if you're physically trapped in a dream, it can represent in real life the ability to escape or make the right choices. It's not about being trapped in a room, even though you may dream of being trapped in a room or trapped in a cupboard. It signifies in everyday life that you're trapped within this choice, within an environment, a situation, and you need to gain the strength and the ability to move forward out of that situation and make positive changes. Vehicles. This depends on the control because it usually signifies how much control you have over your life, your everyday life. If it's out of control or someone else is driving for you, you may need to reevaluate your situations. The idea is to dream that you're in control and that it's a smooth ride. And if there's a crash with vehicles in your dream, it signifies that there's a destruction of oneself, that you need to see yourself and love yourself for you and not create those problems within your life, but try and stay away from them and try and change your mind and the way that you think about yourself. Water comes in many forms, and it usually symbolizes the unconscious mind. Calm pods of water may reflect inner peace, while choppy ocean can suggest unease in your everyday life. These symbols are not just in dreams. These symbols are in every form of divination, crystal ball, scrying, even looking at clouds, daydreaming. Any symbol that I have just said coming into any form of divination all generally means the same. However, like crystal ball, for example, and scrying, that can come in colours at first. When you first start doing things like that, generally what you will get is colours. So you'll get purple for spirituality and the psyche and learning spiritual experiences. You'll get orange for eye energy and vitality. You'll get sort of red for sex, for lust, for love, for intimacy. You'll get blue. Blue is usually emotions, it's about releasing emotions, feeling emotional. And then you get black, which black usually means protection. White can mean absolutely anything. It really can. Green is all about self-love, prosperity, abundance. It's all the same. And working as a complementary therapist anyway, we tend to put sound therapy, colour therapy, with crystal healing all as one. We tend to interpret colours as meanings, but we tend to use those colours to bring in a particular energy. And it works, like yellow, happiness, friendship, pink, loving others. And it's like that with everything, spell work, dreams, divination, it all usually is the same and can be used to our benefit, absolutely. Now, they will need your own unique interpretation, of course, because the idea is you have to write it down and put together what you think the dream might mean. It can be hard to do that. It can be hard to remember everything. But if you do, you might find particular patterns and be able to absolutely understand dream, your divination work. It's like there's tea leaves, for example. Some people read tea leaves. And within the tea leaves, they can see images. And the way that we read tea leaves, of course, you make the tea with the leaves in. You sip your tea and you concentrate on the question at hand, the answer that you are searching for. You spin the cup 3 times clockwise with a little bit of residue left in the bottom of the leaves, and then you read your tea leaves and see what symbol comes forward. With a pendulum, it it's very different, isn't it? Because pendulums generally bring yes, no answers, and that's it. When you get a pendulum, or you can make your own. To make your own, all you need is some copper wire or jewellery wire. Copper's the best. Obviously some thread, quite thick thread. A crystal or a stone, usually with a point on it at some point. Obviously you need to have a point on it. If it's round, fair enough, but generally all pendulums end in a point. The idea is obviously you would unwrap the copper wire around the crystal or stone, put the thread through it, make sure it's secure. The crystal is wrapped around the copper thread, and the copper thread is on, the copper wire is on the thread. And it's really that simple. That's all you have to do. So you take your crystal or your stone, wrap the copper wire around it, make sure it's tight and secure, thread the copper wire onto the thread, and you have your pendulum. The first thing you need to do when using it is make sure you know that it's attuned to your energy and that you're going to get a yes or no answer, and it's going to be correct. So when you first start, use very simple questions. Yes and no questions, and questions you know the answer to. For example, is my real name? State your name and see how the pendulum swings. Do that a few times. Am I male? Am I female? See how the pendulum swings. So you know then that's your yes. Again, do it for no. Simple questions. Am I purple with pink spots? You're going to get your no. You know, it's like that. You've got to ask questions that are very basic, very simple, until you can see which way your pendulum swings for yes and which way it swings for no. Then you are ready to use your pendulum. But do understand, it's important. Always have spare pendulums for other people. That pendulum's yours. It's got your energy embedded in it. So you want to keep it that way, ideally. Don't let others play with your pendulum. That's personal to you. Keep it as your personal pendulum. And have spare ones. They're not expensive, and you can make them. So you don't have to be without one. You can have quite a few if you want. It's that easy. When scrying with water, we find that a black or a dark coloured dish is used. So very deep blue or black dishes are used. And the idea is you don't want to concentrate on your reflection. You're not exactly looking into the water. You're looking at the surface and any shapes it makes, any swirls, any changes. Just like when you look at the clouds and you watch for changes or any symbols or signs that you might see in them. It's the same with any type of divination. Even if you're scrying in a mirror, it's more or less the same. As long as you are in complete peace with yourself, your mind is empty, then you can do it. You can do it. It's just concentration and putting yourself in a very meditative state while you're doing it. Even with crystal balls, it's the same. It takes time and practice. Just practice. Just do it, like 3 minutes and work your way up to see what you get. It doesn't always come straight away, but eventually it does. And anybody can do it. We all have the ability to do this. And it's fun and it's fascinating. I enjoy it. I do it a lot. But yeah, divination's in so many aspects and can mean so many different things with what you get. So journaling everything is extremely good. It means you can look back and work out things, and it can improve your everyday life. I'm going to leave it there, guys, because I've already got over 30 minutes. love and light, and many blessings. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. What I'm going to upload now is actually more Wicca rather than actual original witchery. And what I want to make quite clear is that I wasn't brought up in that way with Wicca. Wicca's very different to old witchcraft. It's very similar in some ways because I think some ways were taken from the original witchcraft, but at the same time, Wicca is definitely more of a religion and it's worldwide practiced. I mean, you'll see a lot more Wicca and Wiccan than you will old witchery like the Rose and Thorn that I do, because it's just more adverse and it's pretty much everywhere. That being said, through history, the amount of all different Wicca, it really does depend on which culture you come from. It depends on your own belief system because it just goes that far back. If you look at the archaeological finds, it shows evidence that protective spells, ancient curses, evil eye, talismans and warding items go back millenniums. They really go that far back. White magic was pretty prevalent in Greek and Egyptian cultures. As we know, the magic circle, that's used no matter whether it's witchery, Wiccan, Wicca, the magic circle is generally used. Words are one of the most important tools, obviously, but it's always been prevalent through history. Wicca comes in line with pagan and neo-pagan, and many spells came from the Book of Secrets, which lists all spells that you would need to know through any lifetime. Historically, witchcraft is the use of energy through the use of supernatural powers. That's what witchcraft is. And unfortunately, many do not understand that Wicca is not to cause harm. They assume that it's to give curses, to poison, to weaken, to bend one's will. That's not Wicca. Wicca does not involve that. However, old-style witchcraft does involve a fair bit of that. Not that it's practiced every day or anything, but it does involve it. But since the 20th century, the word witchcraft in general is completely being misinterpreted, and it blows it all out of proportion, thanks to such Hollywood films and just in general bad stories being circulated that are probably not true. Or at least they are true, but not in a witchcraft sense. Because people falsely thought that the Wicca was traditionally evil and did curses and things, and this kind of brought the idea about of lots of people becoming scared of it, making out it was evil, and obviously there were witch hunts. Prosecution came and death. However, I will tell you from doing about botany that when the witch hunts occurred, there is a very possible theory that the alcohol they were making from the wheat and the rye and such may not have been as pure as what it should have been, and because of the fact that it wasn't enough to kill, but it could have led to like hallucinations and things, you know, like your psychogenic sort of herbal remedies and things. Well, they caused a lot of visions and panic in the witchcraft times, and they could have actually had something to do with the fact that people thought there were more witches than what they actually were, and they were doing bad things. However, regardless, witch, neo-pagan and paganism, it was all illegal and it was all punishable by death. During the 1920s, covens started to organise in private, and they would well document every meeting. The research on rituals and spells that were published in many books actually involved the authors being tracked down and imprisoned for their writings. What people failed to realise and notice is this wasn't witchery, this was Wicca and pagan, and actually it was extremely similar to Christianity. The Wiccans and pagans, they believed in God and Mother Nature, the gods and Mother Nature. They would use prayers, rituals, positive energy to infuse into the world, and they would channel positive energy. Sacrifices are just simply the misconceptions. A lot of it was sort of made up. They would not do that for the sake of accomplishing a particular goal. Wiccans and pagans wouldn't do that to try and accomplish something that was sort of for themselves. You know, most magic, as in Wicca magic, pagan magic, was actually white and had nothing to do with dark arts or witchery. The history of curses and hexes is quite long, and there's many variations in different cultures, and there's many beliefs. The intention was to conjure supernatural power for misfortune, punishment to a particular target, even death or dark spells or jinxes. It was a very powerful phenomenon, often looked at as being the wrath of the gods, presence of evil forces. And those who suspected they were curses would seek out shamans, religious leaders, healers, prayers, religious rituals to release them from the curse. Curses aimed at sort of punishing or attempting to change one's behaviour, ward off disaster, control other people's actions, were widespread and brought panic. There's the Pharaoh's curse, the ancient Egyptian curses, because they were the most notorious. And they came to light, I think, in 1922, when Tutankhamun's tomb was opened. And this brought about a lot of public speculation as to the true power of the curse. Deadly curses in royal tombs, especially Egyptian times, they're actually probably quite rare, but there was protection against the desecrating of tombs, protection against anybody doing bad things around the tombs. So they could have been perceived as curses, even though they were more of a, you shouldn't really tamper with the dead or this will happen, you know, which is fair enough because they're respecting their dead. So I wouldn't necessarily call that a curse. The warnings and sort of warding curses were used more for actually protecting items and valuables rather than to curse a particular person. It was more about putting it on a person to protect them, on an item to protect the item. The medieval period had curse books, and these were widely used, and they were effective as well, at keeping thieves away from important works and scrolls. The medieval Catholic Church has passed many of these books on and kept them for themselves, but high penalty would come if they were defaced or if they were to be stolen, of course. The idea of curses, jinxes, can also be found in the Christian Bibles. The generation curse is mentioned multiple times in Exodus 2:05 and 3:47, Numbers 14:18, and Deuteronomy 5:9. This curse proclaims that God is a jealous God, punishing the children for sin of the fathers and the third and the fourth generation of those who hate him. And you can only find salvation in obviously breaking that curse by devoting yourself to God. Then we go for the infamous Devil's Bible, the massive manuscript, and according to legend, it was written in a single night by a monk who was in pact with the devil. And it's thought the actual infamous Devil's Bible itself is cursed. Malevolent hexes sort of demonstrate pre-Christian beliefs that this dark magic was born of the curses and the light magic was more light blessings. Dark magic was often associated with curses and is still associated with curses and dark spirits. Ancient Greco-Roman society used cursing tablets in attempt to harness malevolent spirits and the wrath of powerful gods to harm their foes. Binding spells would be used, written down sort of on paper, and they would be, they'd have a nail driven through them into the ground or an area. It kind of depended. Even at the bottom of wells, they've been found. They've also been found nailed to temple walls and even buried with the dead. The tablets were found attempting to appear to the underworld gods such as Pluto, Hecate, Persephone, while other times it seems the victim's name and what sort of misfortune would become of them, or death, were enough to be written without the incantation of such gods or goddesses. If we look at the tablet of a curse in London that was found, it reads, I curse Tretia Maria, and her life and mind and memory, and liver and lungs mixed up together, and her words, thoughts, and memory. This may she be unable to speak what things are concealed, nor be able to practice. And that's kind of just a curse that was actually found, that was found in London, I guess. That's why it's called the Tablet Curse of London. Practice of magic in Wicca, even though it's been proven that it probably wasn't the case, they did associate evil hexes and cursing when crops suffered, when food spoiled, when milking cows went dry, when horses went lame. And many were killed for this as well. It was believed that by killing the person that had sent out the curse or was doing witchcraft, it would break the curse, which again is not true. The evil eye is quite ancient, and it dates way back to Paleolithic periods, and it's still feared today in many cultures like the Middle East, Latin America, Africa, Central America, Asia, Europe, and the Mediterranean. The malevolent glare, the evil look, thought to cause bad luck and even injury. The power of the evil eye is so persuasive around the world that many cultures use amulets or talismans up to this date to ward off the evil eye. And many people still protect against many different curses. Rational scientific, obviously, comes up with a different perspective, and medical science does too. They call this nocebo effect, which can alter one's expectation. The nocebo effect is an adverse psychogenic reaction to a perception or expectation, and it remains a powerful psychological and physiological phenomenon. If one truly believes they are cursed, the power is in it, right there, just like that. Even if the curse does not exist, because it's believed so, it will be. They kind of remain within their own state of mind that they are cursed, and their health tends to deteriorate because they stress about this so much, even though it actually does not exist. It's important to remember that curses are just as powerful today as what they were back then, sometimes more so. Everything in life is interconnected. We're part of a vast universe, and all is a force of nature, a force of life. We're all webbed together. It's a universal pattern of order. And you can learn to work with these patterns, using them, because they're an active part of the whole that is needed for magic. Cosmic order is not random, and it's not meaningless. The philosophy behind spellcraft is actually the very oldest of human beliefs. There's been many philosophers that, even through ancient times, believe that once you can understand how the world is one and connected, you can start unlocking your magical powers. These patterns that we use, they're in every level of existence because they're within energy, and energy, again, is everywhere and it's indestructible. It just changes. Different groups will call them by different names. The Plateau called them ideas or forms. Jung called them archetypes. Tibetan Buddhist called them the mind. The physicist Bohm called them the implicit order. Those who craft spells interact with the art of correspondences. These patterns are very thoughts and dreams of the gods and goddesses, and the very bones and blood of the earth. Your soul, in its bodily form, is a receiver, a perceiver, a participant within the patterns. These patterns and intricacies exist simultaneously between you and in the realm of spirit, outside of you in the realm of matter. In essence, you are magic and we have ultimate control. Unfortunately, what everybody lacks is belief, and everybody seems to lack that. But if you can believe, then you have the ultimate control. And the essence of magic is right at your fingertips. I'm going to leave this part right here, guys, and I will continue sometime soon with the rest of it. I hope you will enjoy this because I do not practice Wicca. I practice old witchcraft, and it's a bit different. But I know that a lot of people are interested in Wicca. That's why I've decided to share what I can. Hopefully help some people along the way. Love and light and many blessings. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Continuing with the Wicca and sort of trying to help people and guide people to what Wicca actually is, and what the Wiccan is different to what I practice, and everybody has a right to choose their own path. Please note, this is just for guidance. I am no expert. It's just what I have learned. So there's probably a lot more information out there. So do research, read, look. It does not hurt. The more research you do, the more you will know about it. With that said, we're on to what constitutes a spell. So in Wicca, there's what we would know as 3 levels of the universe: the material, the consciousness, and the spiritual. Sort of they move between, and there are 3 components to a spell. Most obvious is the prayer. When people pray, is actually still sort of a spell, even though it's a prayer. Intention is very important. The means and the intention that is put into that spell, the candle, the flame, the water, whatever tool you're using, or just in general. You can actually obviously unite prayers with other components as well. There's nothing wrong with that. To be fair, there's no way to separate the craft of creating a spell from the idea of spirituality. It depends on your religion and the deities, the gods, God, and the spiritual beings you work with that will differ. But being spiritual and the spell crafting comes as one. It's not a separate thing. I guess you have to unlock your higher consciousness in order to work with magic and do spell casting. Even if you work up bit by bit, they just come together. And it doesn't matter what type of religion you're following, there's always that higher power. there's always these beings that affect the casting. There's always the magic that depends on the spiritual force put behind it. You know, you can manipulate objects, symbols, words, letters, gestures, but the central component is you, us as a person. That's a central component to a spell. And our wisdom, the wisdom we have within us, because we unite with spirit and with matter, and then the spell works. It's actually quite interesting when you learn, because what it does refer to is energy again, and we know energy is everywhere, and we know that it lives and it moves and it changes. So why can we not trust in ourselves to believe that we can manipulate it and change it? I'm pretty sure that most people, if they put their mind to it, would actually realise they could. So with all the energy and the patterns and the connections and the devotion and the intention, there is no reason for a spell not to work. It's important to remember that the universe is very much alive. It has a spiritual life force, and that nature has immense amounts of sacred power. Spirits inhabit every tree, every mountain, every river, cloud, stone, every star, and each has a unique power that can be cultivated and tapped into for spell purposes. To spend more time with nature away from people can help you tap into this. As long as you remember that there's no separation between dead matter, living spirit, it's just opposite elements. That's what it is. It's an unbroken connection of opposite elements, if you want to look at it as a bigger whole. You know, if there's no life, there's no spirit, therefore there can be no magic. The gods and goddesses are very real, with real power. They just reside in a different realm, different vibration. It depends. Some people believe different realms. Some people believe it's just a vibrational change. So everything's different. When you spellcast, it's important to remember that you invoke. You absolutely are invoking a deity, a spiritual being. You are intentionally connecting with a deity or a spiritual being. So it's really important to utilize everything. It's very important to learn and take time. Also, a lot do gift when they are spellcasting. They will gift wine, grapes, foods in general. As long as they are quite expensive foods, they are the best to sort of offer. But there's many things, and it all does depend on that person. All you need to do is tap into that current, the current that flows like water. It accumulates and resonates in circles of stone, in mounds of earth, in trees, in the wind, in our blood, in our saliva. It's everywhere. All you have to do is tap into it. Obviously, it's not something that everyone will see. Some people can now actually see energy and the different colours in which it brings. But if you can't see it, simply work by sensing it, raise it, channel it. The change will affect the area that you are in, for example. And you've always got to be careful, because if you send something out that's bad intentions for no reason, then that will come back to you. If you send something out that kills, it will come back to you. Just something to be aware of. There's various rules. Now in Wicca, I think it's harm none. That's not what I practice, so that does not apply to me. We did not have a read as such, even though I've studied many reads from various different witchery, I guess. But in the Wiccan read, and for Wicca, it is harm none, which means really do not do anything to harm anything. The life force, it can change throughout different spiritual religions. Different people call it different things, but no, matter is still immortal, isn't it? It's still forever. Chinese is Qi, Hindu is Prana, the Dervishes is Baraka, Ancient Egypt's Ka, Roman Numon, Norse Seers, Mergia. So there's different names. Medieval scholars, the quintessence or the fifth element is what they called it. And the magical philosophers through time have looked and changed and seen many different things regarding magic, and there's many different writings available if you want to research it on a scientific level rather than a spiritual level. Some people go scientific first and start with alchemy. Others just go straight into spirituality and things. Many people will say that generally energy will often appear as light, as white light. One of the few elements are usually involved. Reciting spells is essentially raising energy, raising vibrations, and directing energy. You are directing it through your hands. You can use a wand or, your athame or a theme, depends how you want to pronounce it. You can use those too, but essentially it's like Reiki. You are using the energy that is readily available in the universe, and you're raising vibrations and you're directing that energy for a purpose. You really need to inflame desire to be able to, do your spell. Most spellcasters, you'll find that they are quite outgoing, they are quite eccentric, and they are confident. This is because they already know the power that's around them and within them. They've had that passion a long time and they've used it to deeply connect with that energy so that spells are successful. They know how to raise vibrations, lower vibrations. They can change things around them. We're all interlinked. It's the ebb and it's the flow, and it comes and it goes. And the idea of casting a spell is that we have to have that desire, that intent, that real true passion and love from within us to put into the spell. And it's got to be on some sort of cosmic level. You're sending a message to the whole universe when you're using this energy. So it has to be on this massive level too. So it can take some time to really get into that environment of being at peace and ready to do a spell. People often think that a spell is very simple and time-wise it's a few seconds. Yes, there are spells like that. They are quick and they are easy, but rituals and deep spells, they can take a month, they can take 6 months, they can take a week, 3 days, 7 days, 9 days. It all does vary. When it's a spell that you wish to have it continuous, then it will be repeated as well. It won't just be left and never done again. It will constantly have you going back to it to repeat the spell, to increase the energy once again, to keep it flowing. It's not about just doing one spell and then just leaving it. Generally, it has to be repeated in order to keep the energy flowing through it. There is the idea that particular times are more powerful, like twilight, dusk, dawn, full moon, new moon, half moon, solstices, and equinoxes. And it's true that there seems to be, from what we know, there seems to be more energy and higher vibrations at these times that are given to us. But I think as long as the intention is there and you've inflamed your intention and your means within yourself, that the time does not matter. It's just that through history, it has been noted that those particular times, they do have more energy to use and spells can be more powerful. And if you're looking at working with energy, remember, anything that is earthly, that's nature, wisdom, knowledge, you will find the energy within nature to use it. Anything that is higher level spirituality, then you want to look at temples, courtyards, things like that. Anything that involves a prison cell or a building of similar would be lower energy vibrations, but you can still work with this. Just because it's a lower level energy does not mean you cannot work with it. You can. However, you do have to be very careful, of course. Another thing that's really important before you start doing anything is creating a sacred space, one that is important to you for magical rituals, for casting spells. It's basically a working for containing your magic. You can create a space absolutely anywhere to honour, to celebrate, to cast spells. You can get rid of the negative energy before you begin, obviously by cleansing, ritual cleansing, and it can be done in many ways. There are many threads of energy in life, and we can interwork them within your life, within your spell casting area. A great way to communicate with the divine is obviously use the unseen energy, but prepare yourself before you create your space. Meditate, go within, take time out, really think about what it is you want, what you want to achieve. Write it down if you must. Create a list. What spell am I doing? What time is it? How do I feel right now? What I need? What are my intentions? What will I gain from this? Should I repeat? And then when the spell is over and done with, you can write everything that you did and then go back and put how you feel now it's complete, who you worked with. So there's many things that you can do to heighten your senses to be able to connect to that energy. And when you create your own space, remember, there's no rules to this. There's no rules at all. It can be out in nature. It can be one little corner that you put away and get out as and when needed. And it can be one big room. It doesn't matter. You can have a whole house if you so choose. What's important is experiment. Pay attention to the different things you have in your magical area and the different feelings it brings. Pay attention to the shift in energy and the shift in vibrations, and experiment. This is not anything to do with rules. There's nothing stating that you have to and you must at all. It's extremely different for everyone, and I think we all see differently. I think we all feel differently. So it's important to make it very personal to yourself. There's no point in looking at a generic altar and setting it up because you won't really have a personal feeling to it. And the idea is we want to make it as personal as possible to create that energy and that intention. So remember, there's no rules at all. Whatever you see fit, whatever you think feels right, that's the most important thing, is what you think, what you feel, and how you want to go forward. It is important to set boundaries around your space, even if it's a room or in nature. It's just to signify the separation of everyday life, everyday consciousness, to say that this separates this from that, this is magic. And the boundary creates a physical barrier where you can feel safe and protected. Some people actually use chalk and things to do this, and obviously there is a casting of the circle, which we will get into, which is generally white, but other colours can be used, and the casting of that circle is done from our fingers, of course, taking the energy from around us. The sacred space, it's very important to remember that this is a beautiful space. It's one where magical things will happen. It's one where the supernormal beings and forces of spiritual energy will all come and aid you. It has meaning, and it's important that you see it as being special and meaningful. When you are casting your circle, you create it, as I said, from your fingers. It's to purify the space, it's to keep the space safe, it's to stop other beings from entering, but it's also to cut us off from the outside world. It's about going within oneself and being in between worlds. So it's no longer being in this world. We are putting ourselves in a state of consciousness where we are in between worlds. And the circle is quite important so that no beings we don't want around can get into that circle and cause problems. You'll call the quarters after you have done the circle. And you'll definitely have, it depends, everybody's different, but you'll call in your deity or whatever you want to work with. And that's where it changes because everybody's so different. We all have different feelings. And over time, you will feel the changes. You will see changes. In everyday life, things will happen that you did not expect. But that circle is important. It's even important when working with the higher vibrational energies, just because with them vibrating much higher than we do, we don't want to cause any harm to ourselves until we can reach a very comfortable level and be comfortable with their vibrations. So the circle's there for many reasons, but it's just important to understand that when you enter that circle, you're letting go of the outside world. And it can take some time, you know. I mean, you can walk around your space as well to purify it and things. There's many things that you can do. It just depends. Everybody's very different. But essentially, always put the circle up. Even, like I say, even in a room. And even if you have to do it at 4 corner points and do the circle like that, it is always best to do it. Because when we enter it, we want to feel different. We want to feel that energy shift, and that's the way to do it in Wicca. But I'm going to leave it here for now, but the next time I upload, I will absolutely go through casting the circle, cleansing the space, and calling on the quarters in the Wicca way, not the way that I do it, but this is a different way. But like I say, if you research, there's many ways out there and there are no rules. Remember, it's in you and you have the decision. Love and light and many blessings. Good morning, everyone. As we continue with the Wicca section in which I'm doing, we've come to the circle. So first, before we cast the circle, we need to cleanse the area in which we are casting the circle. To do this, generally in Wicca, there's half and half here because some will start the cleansing if they're using a broom from south, all the way back round to south. Some will start it at north, all the way back to north. You can also walk the perimeter to cleanse it as well. Visualize and cleanse, walk the perimeter clockwise. But as long as it's prepared beforehand, then you can begin to cast your circle. If you are working within that circle, be sure that you have things there that you are working with, such as a candle, an offering, some incense, maybe a photograph sometimes, a little figurine. It doesn't matter how big or small the item is, just make sure that it's in that circle before you cast your circle, because the idea is you're containing things in there. So once it's cast, you are not meant to walk out of it or break it. It would have to be closed first. And as I said, there's many different ways of casting circles. The one, and you'll have to forgive me because my dog is snoring very loud at the side of me and you can probably hear him. I start my castings actually at northeast, so it's in between. I don't actually start at a point. Some in Wicca start at south, while others start at north and others start at east. Choose what feels right to you. There are no rules. There are no rules. There is in my way of craft because it's an old style craft, but there are no rules in Wicca. You can begin wherever you choose to begin. And I'm going to tell you the circle casting. And the circle casting is a pretty old Wicca casting. There's lots of new ones out there now, which you can use. This is more of an older one. When you start casting, as you are stating, calling up the corners, you need to face that direction. So I'm going to go south, west, north, east, and centre. That's what I'm going to do the circle as. And this is what you would do. You would obviously face south. It's best to have your arms in front of you with your palms facing the sky. It's a way of receiving, basically. To the winds of the south, great serpent, wrap your coils of light around us, or around me, of course. Teach me, or us, to shed the past the way you shed your skin, to walk softly on earth. Teach us the beauty way. That's for yourself. To the winds of the west, Mother Jaguar, protect the medicine space. Teach me the way of peace, to live impeccably. Show us beyond the way of death. Then we go to north, to the winds of the north, hummingbird, grandmothers and grandfathers, ancient ones, come and warm your hands by our fires. Whisper to us in wind. We honour you and have come before. And you who will come after, we shall honour too, our children's children. That is the north. Then we turn to east, to the winds of the east, great eagle, condor, come to us from the place of the rising sun. Keep us under your wing. Show us the mountains we only dare to dream of. Teach us to fly, to wing with great spirit. And then central, Mother Earth. I've gathered for the healing of children, your children. The stone people, the plant people, the four-legged, the two-legged, the creepy crawlers, the finned, the furred, and the winged ones. All are relations. Put your hands to the sky, Mother Earth to the ground, Father Sun to the sky. Father Sun, Grandmother Moon, in the star nations, Great Spirit, you who are known by 1,000 names, and you who are the unnameable. Thank you for bringing us together. That is your circle cast. You can also call in any archetypes that you wish to use, any deities, of course. That would be very personal to you. Everything then is done within that circle. But when you have finished, bear in mind that you must close it because you've opened it. So it needs to be closed. All you need to do is thank the archetypes for being with you and simply turn to the four directions and say that you are releasing South Serpent and so forth. Just release them all, but go counterclockwise. Then release Father Sky and release Mother Earth. You would release Father Sky by reaching to the sky and Mother Earth by touching. You simply just say, Mother Earth, I release you, thank you, go with blessings. You know, South Serpent, I release you, thank you, go with blessings. There is, as you know, there's always that other one as well that was brought up, and it's calling to the guardians of the watchtowers, which, to be fair, that's more That came from more Hollywood theme type, just so you know. But it's still a very good calling regardless, and it's still widely used, very wildly used. So, I mean, it's like we have our circles. Traditionally, that's our area, but it's the same as having a temple or a church. You know, there is no difference. It's just that we have a circle. It's just somewhere we can attune to our subconscious. We can train our mind of the awareness of the forces that we don't usually recognize, we don't usually see. You know, to enter the circle is to enter a higher state of consciousness, which is what happens in prayer in temples and churches. You're entering a different state of mind. You will notice a change within your circle. I find that before any ritual, any circle cast of any kind, it is best to always be grounded first, because to ground oneself means we're not going to feel sort of unbalanced afterwards or during. Remember, you can cleanse it in many ways. There's smudging, there's walking the perimeter, there's envisioning, there's using the ethereal air to blow it away, and there is the traditional ringing of the bell. And I get so frustrated with that ringing of the bell, and I'll tell you why. People think the ringing of the bell calls in the Fae. It does not. It does not. The Fae do not like those bells. They don't like it. The ringing of the bell is to actually rid energies. Do you know that? It's to actually clear energies. It's to release the energies back. It has nothing to do with calling in the Fae. It never has. There's only one bell that the Fae like, and you can find what that bell is in my Fairies Through Time, because I explain it all. The traditional wicker bell that you see on an altar is to cleanse the four corners. So sometimes the bell is used for that, but it's definitely to rid things. It is definitely not to bring things in, and it never would. It's kind of like Buddha. Buddha do it as a cleansing. It's always a cleansing. It's always a sending away. It sends a vibration into the area that certain entities just don't like in their ears, basically. So then we get into the cone of power. Think in the cone, think hat. There you go. Although traditionally it's seen in stories and things now of like the wizard's hat, you know, and in fairy tales. Well, it actually represents the cone of power, does the witch's hat. And that is for most types of witches, whether Wiccan or whether normal hereditary witches, grey witches. That's what it symbolises. It symbolises the direction of the energy currents. It's a highly significant symbol, and it's thought to improve ritual workings when you apply it properly. So if you want to exercise this cone of power within your circle, stand and imagine that you are inside of your large circle, obviously. The larger the circle, the greater the power you will raise. However, only make the circle sort of as big as something you can clearly envision, because otherwise it would be pointless. Envision it in your mind. It's much harder to envision sort of 13 feet circles into it or something, you know. So try and envision a proper circle that's not going to be too much. To envision the circle, this means you're beginning to relate within the power around you. You're beginning to tune in. This does not require a circle casting. You are just envisioning a circle. It does not require the casting. This is for the cone of power. So now you need to envision that the circle begins to glow. Like when you get hot, or when something gets hot and it changes colour by glowing. That's the type of light that you want to envision seeing, like hot coals, but this is in a circle and it's white, and then it's going to sort of grow up, so to speak. Turn your body in place in the same direction as you would when casting a circle. So you will rotate 3 times, full circle, and you don't have, this is not done fast. This is not done fast. But You can sort of take it to a minute. Really, you want to rotate 3 times, it be at least a minute, that rotation. And it's an important step to watch the world spinning around you, if you get what I mean. So, sort of as you are turning, watch, keep focused on what's happening. Now, close your eyes, but stop spinning. And imagine that whatever energy drove this circle, drove it through the ground, it's now burnt through and is sort of going up and around you. It's inside the circle. You are standing central within this cone that is being grown up and created around you. Imagine that the world is turning, but differently to where you're stood. Then you will see, well, you're meant to envision smoke rising from this circle that's burnt into the ground that you're envisioning. And you're standing central to this as this smoke rises from this bright burning circle that is visually creating this cone shape going all the way around you, and you're stood central. Traditionally, smoke is used, but you can also use the light that you see and envision it swirling around you up to your eye level. Obviously, it's going to go over your head until it reaches and meets a single point directly above your head. Envision the smoke or light moving faster and faster, picking up speed. Allow the circle to speed up until you feel the need for release of the emotional tension. At this point, you can choose to recite a spell, an incantation, desire a manifestation, really whatever you want, because what you're doing is envisioning the cone of power, which is the same as a witch's hat. It's the same shape, it's a cone, and that's what the hat signifies to witches and Wiccans. It's all about this very powerful energy that we create through the cone of power. It will utilise the energy of nature. So it should be done outdoors, preferably. It's much better to do it outdoors. To do it inside, only if there is absolutely no other alternative. But do be very careful doing it inside. This is sort of an outdoor exercise only. Always ground any excess energy once you have performed this cone of power. Ground it, send it back into Mother Earth so she can utilise what she needs and it can be dispersed. And you only have to ask to do that. You don't have to have particular words or a particular chant or anything like that. It's very personal to you, remember. So it depends what you're asking for when you create the cone of power, to how you want to send it back out there into the earth. And I hope those help, guys. Those are, well, that's one circle casting. It's a pretty old Wicca way. And that is the cone of power, and why we wear the witch's hat, so to speak. It's the same as in Wicca as what it is in witchcraft. The cone of power is just the cone of power. But in traditional old witchcraft, we can create any form of power. It doesn't have to be a cone. It can be a ball in our hands and we can let it go, things like that. It's just a bit different like that. But the cone of power is used in both. I think I'm going to upload the traditional witch circle casting, which is a very old version. And I'll probably try and pop it in at the end of this if you want to hear it, or just upload it separately. But it's very different. It's not exactly light, but it's not exactly dark. It's sort of in between, because we always see ourselves going in between worlds when we do that. But thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed. Love and light, and many blessings. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our Wicca. Well, we're going through Wicca, It's important to remember I am not a Wiccan. I don't practice Wicca, but I do think it's a beautiful path. I've had people email and ask me to put information out there about Wicca, but please note it's very important that you research yourself, that you really look into things, because you know your own path, and no one can tell you your path, okay? Like I say, I'm not a Wiccan. I don't practice Wicca. I'm just putting information that I've learned, and it's important that you do your own research before making that decision. That being said, as part of most spiritual followings or paths, we do like to know about the 5 layers of one's energy, our energy field, should I say, that surround us. The physical energy body is the first layer. It's the physical self. The second is the etheric body energy. This resides around 1 to 2 centimeters from the physical self. Usually you'll go to shamans or spiritual practitioners. They'll be able to sense if there's anything wrong with your etheric energy. It's almost like, do you know the feeling of walking through cobwebs, but there's no cobwebs there, and people kind of refer that to being in spiritual presence? Well, that's actually what the etheric body feels like. It feels like web, and it can be stringy and stretchy, and it feels like walking through web. So bear that in mind, that even though it's associated with spirit, that our own etheric body feels exactly the same. It feels like walking through cobwebs. The third layer is the emotional body, and obviously this is located between the 5 layers. It's a keeper of feelings. You know, it's a layer where fears, where joy, excitement, all that kind of stuff resides in. Whether good or bad, it's a keeper of all emotions. And it's one of those layers where it can be extremely high and extremely low feelings. It just depends. And number 4 is the mental body. All your ideas, your belief systems, everything's stored in your mental body. It's very much personal. It's personal truth and perceptions of others. But every layer is going to be personal to you anyway, regardless, even though they store these particular things. It depends as you as a person will change what's stored within those personal energy fields. And number 5 is the spiritual energy body. It's the final layer. It holds your consciousness, or your higher awareness, I guess. You can keep yourself physically nourished, healthy, exercise, etc. However, it's so important to keep the etheric, the emotional, the mental, and the spiritual all balanced as well. Understanding and decoding your human energy field can give you extremely powerful insights to better health living, to a better feeling of being happy and content. Striving to understand it will help you understand you so much better. We all know that we can get physical illnesses, health, etc. But usually there is one thing that we seem to have Reiki healers, spiritual healers have picked up on. Before it reaches the physical, it does tend to go through other layers first. And if it's sort of felt in these other layers, and those other layers are worked on, there's a good chance it may not get to your physical. Of course, I am not a doctor, so please do not take that as, do this instead of that. Always seek medical professionals' advice first. Always seek the doctors first. Never just think it's spiritual. Doctors are very skilled and know what they're doing, so please understand that is your first go-to, is your doctor or your medical practitioner. Electromagnetic electrical subtle energies gives the body life. This is our essence in the body. It's the fuel. It's the body's energy. It's intelligent. It operates below the conscious state of mind. It's extremely, I find it magic. That to me is magic. How the body uses electromagnetic and electrical currents that all interact with each other to communicate and make the body work in a perfect process. That to me is pure magic. Think about it. all the things that our body does for us, it really is pretty damn magic. Obviously, physical energy of the body is built from food that we eat, from exercise and nutrients that we intake. But underneath this, this life energy that we have, these subtle body energy fields, there's the things that we can do to create beautiful and divine experiences and enjoy health better, enjoy longevity and enjoy a better physical life. Within this vital force is yet another body, and that's a subtle body made of thought energy. And this subtle body energy fills the two dense bodies and has the same shape. When you can learn to understand and control the mental body, you are no longer affected by fear. And the in-between vital force of thought energy is how we create the energy in rituals, etc. It's all created by energy from within ourselves and collected, blended with the universe around us. That's how it's created, just like that. Anyone can do it. It's just a case of unlocking the potential to do so. And if we go deeper still, we're looking at the intellect. And this subtle body, it permeates the three denser bodies and assumes the same form. Those who establish awareness here free themselves from unhealthy thoughts and actions. They develop the self-control necessary to achieve their goals. The physical body is comprised of dense physical matter surrounded by the skin and the bones. Where if we look at the etheric, it's a state between energy and matter, It's made up of tiny lines of energy. They are like light beams, they sparkle, they shine. These lines can be thought of sort of that you see on a television or a computer screen. The energy has the same structure as the physical body, including all the atomical parts and all the organs. The etheric energy body consists of a structure of lines of force or energy matrix upon which the physical matter of the body tissues is shaped and anchored. The physical tissues exist like this because of a vital friendship with the physical body. And this is why we get the web-like structure. It's a constant motion. If you could see it, you might notice sparks of bluish white light moving along energetically. Have you ever seen that? I've seen that. I'm just curious if anybody else has ever actually seen this. Doesn't have to be around yourself, maybe on others, maybe in the area. Our etheric body pulsates about 50 to 20 cycles per minute, and the colours can be from light blues, grey, lighter blue. It's associated with a finer form than a deep grey. It's not exactly, it doesn't have to be white either. It can be just a pale colour in general. And all chakras of this layer are the same colour as the body, ranging between blue, grey, whatever colour you have as your chakras. People do change them. The chakras are like little vortices made of light, just like the rest of the etheric body. And just like the energy system of a leaf, this etheric system structure sets up the matrix for the cells to grow. The cells of the body grow along these lines of energy, and the matrix is there before the cells grow. If you were to observe the shoulder of someone in dim light against a plain white or plain black or dark blue background, you may even be able to see the pulsations of this etheric body. The pulsation rises at the shoulder and then makes its way down the arm like a wave. However, as soon as you see it, it will be gone because it moves that fast. And this I've definitely tried and I've definitely seen, and it's very interesting. Like I say, I think our body is magic anyway, because if you think of everything, how it works and how it puts us more as a spiritual, think about it, we're more a spiritual being than we are a physical. We have a physical body and, we can do all physical things, but the way that it actually works from inside to out is actually more physical than it is more spiritual than it is physical. We just look solid, We can do solid things, but we are definitely more spiritual beings if you look from the inside out. And I find that very, very interesting. The emotional body, the keeper of feelings, or the third layer. This is where you will have extreme highs and extreme lows come from. This subtle energy body extends, it's a few centimetres from the physical body itself. And in some beliefs, there is a belief that the mental body and astral body comes together to create the emotional body, or it's encased within it. So there's various beliefs where it actually is around us. The emotional body surrounds the etheric, which acts as a blueprint for your body. If we look at Carl Jung, obviously he was a psychiatrist, psychologist, I think he was a psychotherapist as well, and founded the analytical psychology regarding emotional bodies. He was I kind of like his work, and I get into it quite a lot. It was kind of a bridge between the mind. This is what he stated, is that it was a bridge between the mind and matter. It was a bridge between the mental body, or even the mind, and the physical, and the etheric blueprint. So he believed that the emotional body was in between these, and it either encased it, enclosed it, or worked between them. But I have always found his work quite interesting anyway. The healer and psychic, Barbara Brennan, suggested that the emotional body is associated with the sacral chakra, while Plateau referred to the astral body as being associated with the heavens of astrology, obviously. Some equate the emotional body today with different emotional energy centers. For instance, if we look at the throat chakra, lack of trust and the inability to express feelings, lack of nurturing. The shoulders, the burden area, which sometimes makes us feel like we are carrying the weight of the world on our shoulders, hence where that saying actually comes from. The heart chakra being associated with many different love types, loving oneself, loving others, loving things around us, but also with sadness. And it's responsible for the repressed feelings, the disappointments and the feeling of emptiness in our heart. And just as the heart chakra can feed our love center, it can also cause us to feel drained. Our fear center, located in our abdomen, may be responsible for the fears, the phobias, any scares that we have, all this fight and flight stuff. And it's a sense of power or control. The area around the lower abdomen is responsible for self-judgment, self-criticism, and the feeling of not being deserving of life's pleasures. We may also feel rage or anger to others, or feel like old childhood conditioning plays out again and again here. Finally, the root has been associated with our survival instincts, a feeling of abandonment, self-rejection. Our bodies are made of energy, and just like a flowing river that needs energy to thrive, so does your body. If the river of your body becomes stagnant, they begin to break down. You lose your vibrancy and feelings of aliveness. That to me makes a lot of sense because it's how I feel the body actually works. And now looking at it from where it's been researched, etc. And again, this is not fact, it's just what I have learned through the stages. But the lack of this moving energy is said to be able to cause health problems, ranging from cysts to psychological changes. Each of us, is filled with universal life force energy. And when this energy becomes blocked, we experience disease. And disease is really just a reaction to the unbalanced energy in our physical, emotional, or spiritual body. Blockages in your energy can cause many things, but are not limited to confusion, obsession, depression, headaches, nervous breakdowns, vision problems, sore throats, colds, stomach ulcers, fatigue, anxiety, sexually related issues, a lack of vitality, feelings of being at a loss, feelings of being ungrounded. Many things can attribute to this energy force in which we have running through us, even creative blocks for writers, painters, things like that. The mental energy body is the fourth layer. This is the mind, isn't it? And it goes through various vibrations. It doesn't just stay at one. It sort of changes as we go through life, just like the others do. But this is more sort of extreme in its changes. Here we have our thought processes, our belief systems, our personal truths, the perceptions of others around us. Like ripples on a pond, we send out vibrations. Some psychically and physically gifted people can detect and decode these waves of mental energy. This is known as telepathy. And the reason it is physical and non-physical that they can sense it is because it has to be felt with physically by the body, but it also has to be sensed, on a more spiritual level. So it is actually both. The lower mind, which is concerned with reason and logic, is the mind of our everyday thinking. It's very dependent on orderly functioning things, and also memory and routine. That's where things that we do every day that we are so used to. Memory is associated with the elemental forces, responds to the impulses of thought, eventually becoming something known as a thought form. This is where the thought form comes into ritual play, into spells, etc. Each time a thought is formed and sustained in this way, it is registered and it's like given out on a universal field. It's not just kept within you, it is put out there. The field of light is impressed by these thought forms, and the more frequent the thought, the deeper the enduring, and the deeper the impression will be. It'll be longer, deeper, and it'll have a bigger impression, basically. When you try to remember something and you can't remember it, this is a place where you'll experience the memories as such, and you'll be able to sit and go through it. So when you're sat thinking about something that you can't remember and you suddenly do, there you go. That energy's clicked together and gave you that memory. And I think that's really special, that electromagnetic energy signals are doing all this for us in our body. Because to me, like I say, I think that makes us more spiritual than it does a physical being. But that's just my theory. The lower mind it's only used for a single life. It's not where the memories are, it's more personal to us, because it's about our personality, isn't it, and the way that we act, etc. The spiritual body is the final layer, and it holds your conscious or higher awareness. Each of us has a spiritual energy body. However, many of us forget that we even have it. Without the spiritual body, nothing could even exist, because it all comes from this. The spiritual body might also be known as the soul, a massive network of highly intellectual and intelligent energy. This spiritual body is basically a massive network of highly intelligent energy. It wraps itself around the physical body, and it streams outwards with every other thing in existence. If you could see energy, it would look like a massive highway of strings that were connected to everything in all existence, spirals and colours, things that changed form and interlocked with each other. If you've ever seen anything like that, you are seeing energy. There's no actual form to the spiritual body. It's just a massive, intelligent, loving electrical force. It does, however, house spiritual energy. It wraps around the physical, and it will send prompts to the physical body, but it's still run by electrical information throughout the whole body, again, making us seem more spiritual than physical beings. It is a belief that the spiritual body is tethered to the physical body at the solar plexus, just under the rib cage. It's a cord, like an umbilical cord. This is also where you might get your so-called good feelings from, which is what saves you, makes you make the right moves in life, So let's look, there's 5 layers, aura, energy bodies, whichever you want to call them. human energy fields are very much needed to be learnt, I think, if you want to understand more of the spiritual aspects of the body. Looking at the shamans and medical practitioners, they can generally see the energy, feel the energy, work with the energy, and definitely improve the energy. Using talents to specialise in rituals and spells such as arts, crafts, music, anything that makes you happy and takes you to a happy place will help you gain more knowledge about your spiritual self and your other energy forces. Remember, spell ingredients are everywhere too, so use your imagination. You don't need to go out buying loads and loads of things because it's not needed. It's always within us. It's always within us. It's, you've got to look within ourselves to find it. Obviously, Wicca does have a rule: harm none, the threefold law of karma. Do as ye will, as long as ye harm none. I'm not a Wiccan. I don't follow Wicca, but that's the way the Wicca is. However, it's impossible, isn't it? How can you not harm none? Do we not eat animals, plants, fruit and veg? They've all got energy. So I'm not sure, I always find that one a little bit iffy, and I always think to make it mean that you can't just go harming people for the sake of harming people, It's wrong, and I don't think anybody in the right mind would do that. I think as people we need to get to the stage where we ignore anything bad and only accept the good, and learn to set our boundaries with other people. And if anybody's negative in your life or causing negative problems, just ignore them. I think that's something that we do need to learn, because sometimes we do get triggered and we do fly off the handle, but if we could just learn to ignore it, then our lives would be so much better. And that's kind of where I'm at now. I'm learning to set boundaries and learning to ignore particular things and just get on with my life. And I think that's very important to our health, Doing magic can involve anything, Doing it to gain a job, for example, is it not important to consider the fact that if you do a spell to obtain a job, then does that mean somebody else did not get the job? So the harm none is a little bit iffy. For me it is, that's just my personal opinion. I'm sure for others it's more clearer, but like I say, I'm not a Wiccan. I don't practice Wicca, so I'm just going by my thoughts and theories. Nothing's fact, it's just what I believe. And as I've researched, the more and more I've researched, there's definitely grey areas in which I couldn't follow Wicca because of that reason. My path is old and it has no read and it has none of that. It's a case of you have to know yourself and know yourself to a point you know what's right and what's wrong. And if you're putting things out, the universe will give you a sign and a message to let you know whether it's right or whether it's wrong, and then give you that go ahead to go forward or take it back. But that again, that's my personal belief. So there's many grey areas in the harm none for me personally, because it can be extremely hard to harm none, like nothing, We've all done it in our life because, like I say, we've eaten animals, we've eaten fruits and veg, we've eaten, so it's a very much a grey area for me. And because I don't follow Wicca, I've not really thought about it enough. I'm not going to ramble and say that I know this and it, because I don't. I am definitely no expert. It's just what I've learnt, and I'm just sharing what I've learnt. But I do advise. Always research, always read as much as you can, always reach out to people who know what they're talking about. Always choose your own path. Do not be led by others to make a commitment to a path that you're not happy in. And ultimately, learn to know yourself very much and set those boundaries to live a happier and healthier life. And that's it for this lesson. Love and light and many blessings. Hello, good evening everyone. Welcome back to Wicca, our next part. The 4 elements, 4 states of matter, I suppose. As we say, everything has to be a symbiotic imbalance when we do magic and cast circles and such. We have to be balanced on every aspect. Please remember, firstly, this is Wicca for Wiccans. Secondly, I am not a Wiccan. I don't practice Wicca. Thirdly, this is just what I have studied and learnt through the years because it is something that I have looked at and studied. And believe it or not, I even have I think 3 diplomas in it. Not that that actually makes a difference, guys. So don't think that, because it doesn't. I did it for my benefit because I like to have something to show for all the work that I've done. I think it's brilliant that we can sit and research and learn about all these different paths, etc. But I'm a bit odd, and if I'm going to put some really good research into it and some really hard work into it, I like to have something to show for it to end. And that might be, I think I'm a little bit selfish for that, but no, it's just the way I am. I do. I really enjoy learning, but I really enjoy learning very hard, putting the hours in, and then getting something afterwards to say, yay, you did it. I think that's a child in me, probably is. Please understand that you can read many books out there. You can reach out to professional Wiccans and they will help you. Not everyone wants to follow the same path, so please know this is your choice. Your path is your choice and yours alone. And feel free to look around, research yourself, find any information you can. The best thing to do when searching for a path, if you're a little lost, research. Research, and research. It really is. Because I think when we find the correct path, when we feel at one with ourselves on that path, then we know that's right for us. It's a feeling that you get with inside yourself. That being said, we're going to get into the next part, which is the 4 elements and the 4 states of matter. So it's obviously elements: earth, air, fire, water, spirit, Now, they are the 4 basic elements of magic. We know this. We've discussed this. They're sacred to the Hindu goddess Shakti, who embodies the concept of energy, just so you know. So you can use Shakti if you choose. All the rituals, no matter what, when you're doing spell work, ritual work, you really do need all the elements. You are obviously spirit. You are the spirit. So this is why you must be in the right state of mind, because the last thing you want to do is bring that spirit energy in and it not be quite balanced, because then the spell or the ritual, that'll be off balance too. And ideally we want to make sure that we are focused very well. Salt, earth and the dwarfs. Incense, air and the sylphs. Candles, fire, salamanders. Water is obviously water and the undines or undines. It depends how you pronounce it. When doing the rituals as well, it depends. So some count themselves as spirit and say I as they stand in the middle. Now others, especially if we look at the early Wiccan practices, they will touch the ground for earth, Mother Earth, and they will reach the sky for Father Sun and Grandmother Moon. That's how they do it. The earth it's very physical, isn't it? It's solid, it's stable, reinforcing. It's a way to heal the body, attract wealth, bring stability in home, family, relationships. It's all about strength and structure. It's the bones of our body. It's the very existence of our physical self. So it's our physical body that is very much connected to the earth. Do you remember when I told you that my path was a rose path? And within our incantation as we rise, we always say we are given form by the land, because we are. Our physical connects us to the physical land, the earth. It's our bones, it's our structure, it's just the way that things are, You will see this as an upside down triangle with a line 3/4 of the way down nearer to the point, if you want to look at it on an alchemical scale. The air being the triangle that is the right way around, the line through it is at the top near the point, and that's for its alchemical marking. It's for our intelligence. It's intellectual, isn't it? It's transforming. It's all about communications within ourselves, communicating the different energies, the different auras, communicating with other people, clarifying. It's about divination and breathing. It carries and conveys feelings. It carries and conveys words. And it's also about travel too, because obviously some people do astral travel. Then we have our water. The water is a triangle upside down, but no line. That's its alchemical, if you want to look at it on that scale. And this is very flowing, isn't it? It's all about our emotions, as we know, and it's a process of flowing, but flowing at complete balance. It's adapting. It's also very reflective, a way for us to look within inside ourselves and change the way we feel. It's all about friendships, reconciliations, loss and grief. It's a very much where we express sorrow and joy. Tears in both ways, regardless. We can have tears of joy. We can have tears of sorrow. But it's always free-flowing like Mother Earth's waters. That's why water is our emotions. Think of Mother Earth and all her water. Well, what do we have running through our body? Quite a large amount of it. Water. Connections there. And then we have our fire. The fire is the triangle the right way around, no line on our chemical scale. This is about our spirit. This is the will and the strength that we have inside us. It's passion, ecstasy. However, it is also violence. Just thought I'd add that bit. Yes, this is where violence comes from. It comes from the fire within our soul. It's akin to the process of being quite intense. It transmits as well, and it can create, but it can destroy. It can do both, It's light and the warmth of the soul. And obviously these magical creatures that are the elementals live in each of these elements, as I have taught you before. Fire and air are the masculine. They would be, so if we look at a yin and yang scale, they would be the yang. Fire and air, masculine. It's all about rising up like phoenix from the ashes as such. Earth and water are feminine. They flow downwards, and that is the yin. You would have to invoke the guardians. It could be in any way. There are many ways to invoke the guardians. There really, really is. You can do a simple one. You can hail all the watchtowers if you know what you're doing. I do have a post somewhere where all the watchtower sayings are for the Wiccan way. But if I need to put another one up, then I'll do it separate to this, and I'll pop it as a separate sort of video. If you want to do it very simple, you can do it like this. All hail to the watchtower of the east, the element of air. I do summon and call you forth to guard and protect this circle. Come and join me now. And then obviously you would move to a fire. All hail to the watchtower of the south, the element of fire. I do summon and call you forth to guard and protect this circle. Come and join me now. All hail to the guardians of the west, the element of water. I do summon and call you forth to guard and protect this circle. Come and join me now. And then obviously the last one. All hail to the watchtower of the north. Element of... Come and join me now. Obviously, as you do this, face each direction. Use a compass so you make sure you're aligning with where it's pointed as well on the actual earth. There's a lot of people that set things up and they just do it like you would be looking at it, but that's not the way to do it. You get a compass, you'll be able to find the exact point. It just brings more balance and stability to a ritual, that's all. Obviously, when you finish, you do have to say hail and farewell to the guardians of the Watchtower of the East, South, West, and North. Go on your way with love, light, and blessings, and harm none. That's the one thing that you really must do in Wicca, especially the harm none bit, because that's what, it's one of the most beautiful things that they have is that they don't wish to harm any. I think that's really cool. If we look at our salamanders, our sylphs, our undines, and our gnomes, let's look at salamanders. They resemble white, hot, or red worms or lizards. They are spirit critters that resemble the coals they play in and the flames whose heat they ride as the fire licks the logs. A destructive form of the salamander occasionally manifests itself throughout ferocious fires, building fires, wildfires. It will resemble a triangular face made in the flames. Sylphs are of the air. They are light, very fairy-like creatures or entities that float, fly, and delight in riding the wind. They are on the air currents. They go forth with the air currents. You may see them floating about or mimicking dandelion wisps or insects. The undines, they are of water. They are slippery, silvery, and they are definitely iridescent creatures that your eyes may catch where the sun-dappled water flows. Undines prefer creeks that are in backwoods where you can't actually get access to unless you know where you're going. They prefer the uncharted places. This is why the witches call them the Undines of the Deep. And this is because they are deep, as in deep hidden. They ride ocean streams and currents. They can be like shooting rapids. They can be restless within that way. So the large waves and the flicking of the waves on the rock when it's crashing against it, that's where your restlessness comes into from the undines. Gnomes are of earth, troll-like, they're very plodding, but they're protective, and they do tend to love treasure. They live beneath fallen trees, stumps, anywhere on earth, like in roots, especially like the rotten roots that have been left sort of where animals have once denned. You'll find them there too, because they use it for shelter. Their skin, clothes, anything that they wear, all the garments really, they kind of match the flora and fauna and foliage of the forests in which they dwell. And this is because they have to blend in. So it's very important that they look like their surroundings, of course. If you want to have a consecration ceremony using the elementals, etc., you will need 2 white candles, an incense burner or some incense, sandalwood, chalices for earth and salt. Obviously, you will need some water. You'll need some protection oil, dragon's blood or sage. Now, when I say that you need the salt as well, what I mean is you need not just table salt, it's Himalayan salt and it needs to be blessed. You can bless it yourself under a full moon. Leave it under the full moon overnight and ask the moon to bless the salt. That's all you have to do to have your own blessed salt to use on your altars. It's very simple. With the chalice of water that you're going to be using, ideally you need to put a tablespoon of salt in it and stir. Make sure it dissolves in there so you have salt water. You want to hold your hands palm down above the salt water as you chant this invocation. Salt in water, by casting thee, no spell or unknown purpose be, except in true accord with me, and as my will, so mote it be. As you chant, feel the power of your words flowing like the Mother Earth's water flows. Generate it, chant it as much as you can until you literally feel it rushing through you, flowing through you into the chalice. Sprinkle the four corners of the room or the altar area with this water. As you are sprinkling, you can use the chant again if you wish, the saltwater chant that I just told you. Once that's done, place your chalice back on the altar and light your incense. Sit at your altar and light your candles. Face your palms toward the candle, but at a distance. We don't want to be burning any fingers or hands, okay? At a distance. And chant the next chant. Creatures of fire, this charge I give. No evil in my presence live. No phantom, spook, nor spell may stay around this place, night or day. Hear my will addressed to thee, and my work, so mote it be. Once you feel the power of the elemental fire beings, you then need your oil to make, and this is going to sound bizarre, guys, because I don't do this in my path. I do spirals, just bear that in mind. But in this, you're going to put a cross with the oil at all the four corners, and then dab your brow, your third eye chakra, between the brows obviously, but slightly higher. And then place the oil in the center, and you can do the same chant that you did with fire, but change it to air. And now this oily essence sphere, as do its great power to the air, attracting spirits of the light, bringing love both day and night. This charge is true and proper see, and as my will, so mote it be. Or you can do that one for air. And if you want to use the same chant, all you really need to do is change the air, obviously, to earth, fire, water, whatever. Now you can consecrate your altar. So you want your arms raised and palms facing forwards. You need to feel the power flowing, and it has to flow through you to purify and exercise this place of meditation and ritual work. It has to flow through you, through your hands, into the area. That's the idea. And as you're building power, elementals, spirits, gods of old, this altar fresh now behold. You all agree it's bound to me in peace and true serenity. I charge you to assist, ere more, the light and love shall be our store. And this place is perfect harmony, as my will, so mote it be. Do your ritual work, of course, now, and then you will need to close your circle, but dismiss the elementals too. You can dismiss like this. All elemental spirits, gods of old gathered here, I thank you for help and participation. Now go in peace, back to your native habitats, and harm no one on your way. Thank you, elementals, and all who aid me always. Hail and farewell. And envision the place literally clearing. That is how you do a simple consecration of the altar. You only need those two elements. You need the other elements present on the table, but that's the way it's done in Wicca. You can, of course, add earth if you want and water by using the same chants, just replacing the names. However, it's not actually needed for this particular consecration because we need the spiritual side of things and then the purification side of things. So that's your fire and your air because you're consecrating it. The idea is to have all the four elements in the space and acknowledge that they're there, but you do not need to call on all four elements. It's just how it works. So I'm going to leave this part here, guys. I hope that you join me for the next part. Many blessings, love and light. Good afternoon. Welcome back to my channel, Wisteria Energy Twister. Here you will find the ramblings of a mad witch, my dogs, some games that I play when there's nothing else to do. Witchery, spiritual things, tarot readings, stories, tales, a bit of everything, I guess. If you like that, please subscribe, hit the like button. It will really help me out a lot if you do not mind. We are now going into the next part of Wicca, and this is about tapping into your magnetic force that is within you. However, this is not just practiced in Wicca, it's practiced in a lot of things, spiritual-wise and normal everyday life. Please remember, I am not a Wiccan. I do not practice Wicca. I do think it's a beautiful spiritual path, and I do have various degrees in Wicca. That's why I'm sharing what I learned when I did my degrees. So please understand, if you feel this path is for you, the best thing to do is research, and then research some more. Reach out to local Wicca groups and people who are practicing Wicca, and they will help you along the way. This is what I learned when I did my diploma, and you each have your own choice in which path to make. That being said, your essence is very powerful, a magnetic force. This is used in rituals, regardless Wicca or normal witchcraft or whatever. It's used in every ritual. Like I say, it's used in everyday life too. You can develop this personal magnetism within you. The secret of finding true love is to simply love yourself first. This is the magnetic energy that's within you. It's like loving you completely and knowing yourself completely. It has a lot to do with developing your charisma and your sensuality, because the more you develop that side, the more likely you are able to tap into your magnetic force and put that into the universe for you to receive nothing but good back. Most of the time. When you feel good about yourself, whether inside or out, trust me, other people notice this. Some people do not like it because they are not ready for that. If someone does not like the person that you are, but you are completely happy, then please ignore and walk away, because those kind of people are what we call energy vampires. They suck everything out of you and leave you high and dry and hurt, meaning we have to start all over again to get to our ascension in which we have already achieved. And that's a bad thing, and take it from someone who knows that anyone who cannot accept you as you are without bringing misery to you, they really do not need to be in your life. It will not help you develop. It will definitely not help them develop. And they kind of have they're in their own world with their own issues, and if they don't deal with their own issues, they will never change. However, if someone's willing to change them, fair enough, that's different. But I'm sure you all know the kind that I'm talking about. The ones that feed on negativity and build themselves up with negativity are not the best people to be around at all. No one wants a negative Nelly. Let's be real. No matter who you are, you have that magnetic force within you. We all do. It lives right inside us. If you want to feel more attractive, develop it. It's the kind of force that you can learn to use to your advantage. You can intensify it. It will make you feel better. It will heighten your vibrations and your senses. As humans, we are hungry for that connection to others. It's what makes us feel alive, you know, that one true connection to that one special person. We all look for it, even if we don't think we are looking for it. We do. We all look for that one significant connection where you're just like, wow, yep, that's what I'm talking about. Sensuality and sexuality have been the greatest drive for the evolution of mankind since the beginning of time. But millions of people still go through life feeling emotionally starved or even emotionally shut down. Our minds, they give great pleasure, but they also bring fear, don't they? Fear of that pleasure, because we are taught we should not express it, but hold it within. The sensuality and personal magnetism, it's a gift. It's a gift that you can enhance in every area of your life if you so choose to. You know, it's a source of inspiration and motivation. When you shut down your emotions, you're also shutting yourself off from life. Our emotions, whether pleasant or volatile, make life worth living. When you are able to express your true sense of this personal magnetism and charisma that you have, it's almost like your sensuality shines through and you're celebrating your own life. It's about the connection to life itself, because without human emotions and obviously connections, we are devoid of life. People who have learnt to tap into their sensuality and charisma are, well, you can tell them they have this real fire within them for life, and it shows through in their personality. Everyone feels it, even the minute they walk into a room or they enter your home through computers, even on the screen or TVs. Usually you can feel that magnetic energy within them and how high they've got it to, and it will make you feel good too. It really will. Without emotions, I mean, is that not just a plastic life? Learning to express your sensuality, it helps every part of your life simply shine. Men enjoy looking at sensual things, let's be honest. You know, and buying beautiful things. I think, take it as a man looks at a car that's sleek and beautiful. It's like that. Even vice versa, you know. It's that, but it's inside us. So it shines on the outside. This is not about makeup or aesthetics, changing the way you look. This is right within your core, in your soul. Sensuality is one of the main components of good sex. Allowing yourself to enjoy sensual touches and pleasures even more. Everyone needs that. We all need to feel good. When you allow yourself to feel truly sensual and be truly sensual within yourself, there is no telling what you'll experience. You'll attract great things, great people. You'll accept the wonder of your sexual nature. Being in touch with your true sensual self can help you gain more energy, more vitality, enhance sexual vitality, help you step into dreams and desires, connect with others in a much more fulfilling way, and notice others that you need to be around and others that you do not. You will radiate and really, really radiate so other people will see. You'll be more joyful and you'll be more attractive, not just to yourself. Excuse me, guys, not just to yourself, but to others too. You will, it's hard to explain, but it radiates from within and it shows on the outside, regardless if you've got makeup on or if your hair's done or, you know, you've got nice clothes. That, honestly, it really does come from your core. It comes from within and it shines on the outside every time. It will also aid your inspiration within inside you. You'll be more productive, more creative. You know, you will make deeper connections, not just with people, but with animals, with the universe in general. All you have to do is start conditioning your aura. Radiating love. So it's like when you develop the love affair with your own life, with yourself. You radiate love. The better you feel about yourself, the more love you will radiate, and the more love that you will attract. So you can start conditioning your aura this simple way. Sit peacefully at your chosen space or altar. You can also sit in front of a large mirror and smile at yourself as you greet the mirror. Notice yourself, smile and acknowledge yourself. As you smile at your reflection and stare at your reflection too, give yourself a mental hug. Congratulate yourself. You made it through all the hardships that you've had in life so far. You made it through and you're still here. Try to connect from your heart to sort of all life in every single form. Mentally feast on ideas of the beauty and richness of nature. Let your thoughts explore the intricacies of love, cooperation, fertility, beauty, serenity, happiness, inner peace, and even humour. Oh yes, laughing's a great thing to heighten those vibrations. Let those childlike feelings bubble from deep inside you as you contemplate the beauty of life. Contemplate the wondrous intelligence and life force that lives within you. Build a love affair with yourself. Stay focused on this light-hearted attitude as long as you can. Feel your power developing with each in and out breath. As you breathe in and out, imagine that all of the love in the universe is pouring into you. Everyone is your mirror, so you can only attract love if you feel it deeply within yourself. You can also do a ritual that can help condition your aura. Obviously, you can use a mirror as well, I think, as well with this one, a beautiful mirror. But begin with basic protection. Cast your circle, or obviously clear away the negative energy, and bring in the white light all around you. You can use rose red and pink candles. Two's usually enough, so it kind of depends on obviously what you like. You will also need some basil leaves and some lavender oil. Create your circle, create your protective bubble, clear out the negative energy. Light your candles and place basil leaves on your altar, which could just be a tiny table. It doesn't have to be anything massive or big. You know, bear in mind, you can, even on the floor, a small area where you're going to be at peace, you know, just somewhere where it's safe and we're not going to cause fires. Get some lavender oil. Or if you want to, actually, you can use a different oil that you're attracted to. So lavender oil is a very safe option. You know, it's one of the safest oils. However, if you're okay with oils and you're drawn to a different oil, do feel free to choose that one, but not if you're not familiar with it, because you may have an allergic reaction. It may counteract with medication that you're on, so please always check with a professional's advice regarding using oils. This is why I say lavender, because it's the safest oil. Now you're going to anoint your brow first. That's between your eyebrows but slightly above the eyebrows. Your heart and your sacral chakra, or your genital area, however you want to sort of call it. People do say different things, but essentially it's your third eye, your heart, and your sacral chakra. Take a moment to build the protective light around your body. This light cleanses your aura. Imagine a beam of light flowing through you and around your body. Direct this light and say, I send the light before me to make the path easy and the way straight. It brings me inspiration, charisma, effectiveness, enthusiasm, and joy to every being who comes close to my aura. I am light, going to meet light, and only good can result. Take some time now to meditate upon how worthy you are. Reflect upon yourself and all the good things. Feel this energy surge through you, all around you, and literally enlighten you from within. Say to yourself, chant to yourself, I am a very nice person. I am entitled to boundless success, happiness, riches, and fulfillment. Listen to it and be sure that your spirit is in agreement with this new vibration. Always check in with the spirit. Make sure that you feel right within you as you go forward. Sit in this beautiful energy as long as you like. You may even want to take it a step further by imagining how you would feel in a healthy, loving, supportive relationship. Don't focus on a particular person, but on the feelings of love and companionship and the joy. The joy any relationship can bring, I guess. See yourself laughing, smiling, having fun like a child. Envision enjoying someone's company. Be there in that moment in time and know that you are deserving of this relationship. It's best to start any love ritual by cleansing, conditioning your aura. So when you go forward in peace and you are balanced. You can also infuse everything you do during the day with a dose of love. You can hum while making a coffee. You can smile as you clean the house. You can even sing in the shower. The point is to take those daily steps to learn how to love yourself deep down inside. When you eat, enjoy your food. Thank it, bless it. When going out to get dressed and you're getting dressed and you're going somewhere, look your best because it will make you feel better. It's like taking the apple. Do not think of it from a forbidden tree as everybody does. This apple is giving you sweetness, nourishment, vitamins. Be grateful for that one single apple. And honestly, you wouldn't believe what that can do, just the little simple things like that. They make you see life so much better and so differently, and your vibrations just go up. This is just from me that's done this and been through it, and I've come from a different, vibration to where I'm at. And there's always going to be people out there that see this within you and want to steal your light. They will not gain that light. They cannot, because they've always been in the dark. But they can. If they push and work hard of it, they can take your light and put you right back down to where you started to have to work through it all again. So be very careful, be vigilant, and always remain at peace with yourself. Try to love yourself every moment you possibly can. Strive to make every single moment a ritual of pure love. Be conscious of love in all its forms. Spend 4 to 5 days really developing this sense of love within you. You might be surprised at the reaction you get when you step out of the house. This is true. People treat you differently because you are treating you differently. And we're going to leave it there for this episode. The next one, we will get into love spells. Love spells, I do not do them like, this person needs to be with that person. They are done very differently in Wicca. You can't force someone's free will in Wicca. It's not allowed. So bear that in mind. Love and light and many blessings. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to my channel, Wisteria Energy Twister. Please, if you enjoy my videos, hit the like button and subscribe because it helps me a lot. And don't forget to share. We are on to the part of love spells, and just before we go forward, I am not a Wiccan. I do not practice Wicca. I just have diplomas in it because I studied it. It's a beautiful path, but it's not for me. That being said, you can research. There's many books out there you can research for Wicca, and there are many professionals out there you can reach out to if you're interested in this path. Your path is your own, and therefore your choice alone. Love spells, they're very dynamic. You can mix and match in rituals and love spells. However, there's really a simple rule, and that is do not ask for a particular person, because even though this may work, you're going against the rule of the free will. So you're interfering with someone's free will. And believe me, in my time with Witchery, the old style, it's been done. And usually the relationships do not last and they do not work, or they end up stuck in a very unhappy relationship. So the idea is, when doing a love spell, if you're looking for your true love, you simply ask for your true love and the qualities that you're looking for. Don't think about hair or eyes, height, nothing like that. So it's like loyal, kind, trusting. You want to look for the qualities that you want in a person and not the looks. A lot of people make that mistake and it doesn't turn out very well for them. Of course, if you resonate self-love, you will attract love. It's a well-known fact scientifically, because you're putting out the higher vibrations, therefore you'll receive higher vibrations. So the invocation of Venus in the Wicca way is one of the older ones, but I do believe it's still used. When Rome ruled,